that come from the same struggle as me, or I'm gonna get up and do something with him. You know, it's a calling for a reason. So, like I said, it was just more so me paying attention to and observing how he was moving. You know, my testimony kind of straightforward. I never was in a part of a religion or nothing like that. You know, my family, I got Jehovah's Witnesses, Christians, and yeah, Jehovah's Witnesses and Christians mainly. You know, just going to the church and listening to a pastor talk, like that never caught my attention. You know, it was just always something to it. So when this information got exposed to me, I just really started putting pieces together. Like, okay, they really just doing everything they doing for fame, for real. Like they doing everything for their personal gain. So, like I said, I was never a part of a religion. You know, yeah, that's pretty much my testimony. And my testimony ain't too deep. It's really straightforward, real, recognize real. So, you know.
And how did your family respond?
Was alright.
Told them.
Well, when I presented it to, I use my grandma for example. You know, brothers they love their grandparents. She called me the devil, so that happened, and I guess our relationship kind of picking back up now. But you know, for a little period, we wasn't talking. But other people they really couldn't understand what I was saying. So I know me more so after I learned how I came off with my grandma. You know, just telling her, you know, trying to explain things in the scriptures. I kind of drive with my other family members like a government is needed for our people. We establishing a government, you know. So I kind of take that course of action now.
That's just what it say. You'll be hated by all men. You know, just for having a solution is crazy. You know, because I'm sure everybody's waiting on this Christ that we're telling people is on the earth now. So it's like, you know, it's wild that this ain't good news to everybody.
Most definitely, because when you say Christ is on earth, it take them away from their Jesus. You know, YahJew say that all the time. Everybody got their own Jesus. Everybody got their own God, and that's why the scripture say what it say. It's many false gods, but one true God. So what the Jehovah's Witnesses, they got Jehovah. They got their Jehovah. You know, the Christians, they got their Jesus. Every religion got their own, you know, deity, so to say, false deity, but every religion got their own, you know. So when you expose the truth, it really removes them from the fairy tale world that they live in. Now they got to set reality for what it is. That's what a lot of people, it's hard for a lot of people to do that in the day and age we living in, you know, because every corner we turn, somebody presenting a new lot to us. So
yeah, I guess I'll go ahead and share mine then. I was just scrolling one day and I seen YahJew and Kamani on the panel. You know, and some seem real cool about them, real like they had good heads on their shoulders, you know. I'm like, okay, so they're trying to free the people's minds from something, you know, from all these religions, you know, based off of something that was solid, something that was just simple and good, you know. Like I want to know what their spirituality was for them to be so humble and calm, but also exposing all these religions. You know, they was on a mission, really on a mission, and I really respected that. And then, you know, I figured out that they was testifying that YahJew was Christ, and he seemed exactly like the type of Christ that we needed. So I didn't have a problem with it. I just wanted to make sure that it was solid. I wanted to make sure it didn't have, because he seemed righteous. He seemed like it wasn't no type of ill intention. He seemed like he was coming from a pure place. So I wanted to make sure that what I've been sensing was right. And before I knew it, it felt like I was entering heaven. Like it was just, I just needed to understand what was going on. I needed to understand what was going on. I became obsessed. And because this was eventually going to become my life. Eventually, I dedicated myself to the mission because I understood. I was like, I understood that he was Christ. And I felt I had to support him. I felt like I owed it to him and the God. So yeah, and it became real when I started testifying, because first thing that happened, I tell my mom, and she said she ain't even gonna hear him out, and I tell my family, and they're just so angry. All of a sudden, everybody's a pastor and a bishop. All of a sudden, I'm, I'm like slow or something. Like all of a sudden, it's just so much hatred, So it became really real when I was like, damn, like this is what he deals with, huh? This is what he's been dealing with, and everybody who's testified for him, this is what he's been dealing with, huh? Damn. So when it became really real for me, and it just helped me understand like the gravity of how important it is for the people who understand to speak their piece on it, to bring us back to that reality, because I think everybody definitely deserves to feel how we feel, that rest, everybody really needs it. So
And did you say where you were from?
no, I'm from Coatesville. That's just outside of Philadelphia.
Okay. And how long have you been walking your walk with Christ?
It was like a year and a half now.
Okay, that's what's up. And I guess besides your family, have there been other kind of burdens in your life? Like have it ever got to the point, I guess, you ever felt like, okay, this too much?
Nah, it was just it was definitely difficult, I would say the hardest part was just studying myself approved, because it's a whole bunch of negativity that kind of gets thrown at you. It's nothing like I was used to, of course. So I kind of struggle with but it was never nowhere else to go, it's like it never felt like I could ever turn back. That never felt like an option.
Okay, that's what's up, sis. I salute you for walking this walk with us. All hands on deck is needed, and you most definitely been putting in the work that's needed. Like I said, I salute you. But I know Parker got it next, so I gotta run downstairs, but if you can kick it off with Parker for me, that'd be great.
Okay, bro. Peace. So, welcome to Testimony Tuesdays. You're our first up after us. We kind of just been asking the family. First question would be, how did you find out that Christ was on earth? If you could give us a little testimony, please.
So I'm gonna get straight to the point with that. I found out through TikTok, but really YouTube. But what led me to TikTok was when I got out the military. I was seeking the truth because I had a good job, I had money, I had everything I really needed. I just didn't have the truth. And so I had went back to the church my whole life. I was raised up in a holiness Pentecostal church. Never really understood it, and I always never fit in with none of the other kids my age. I used to tell my mom I don't belong here, like, but they was like performing like miracles and speaking in other tongues and like doing like stuff to deceive people. And so I went back into that, and I finally had just like really one of the first prayers I ever really, because I never really prayed like that. It really made sense to me. So I really prayed, and I want my family and everything to be right, and I really wanted to know the truth, and I wanted to have wisdom and knowledge and truth. That's all I prayed for at that church for like, I don't know how long, but I really meant it. And it led me out of the church because I started asking questions. And my first question was, who is Melchizedek? That was my first question I asked. And I asked the leader of the church. And he told me it was Jesus before Jesus came and something else. And it didn't really make sense. So basically, I kind of got up out the church. And when that happened, I had TikTok. And I got on TikTok and I started seeing like the spiritual conscious community, and they was talking about all different types of stuff. And so I really started like getting into spiritual things, and that led me from being in a bad place. Like I was the heaviest I ever been. I felt slow, fatigued, and sluggish. My diet was bad. I was lost. And basically down that path in 2023, like 8 months probably, I finally went vegan at the end of the year. But I remember running into YahJew's panel with him and Kamani on live in like September 2023. And I listened for like 30, 45 minutes. And I was like, they real smart, knowledgeable people. I didn't think nothing about it. I didn't hear nothing about YahJew or the Saints or anything until late December 2023. And then like something was different about the way Brother Frederick and Danny was really dealing with people on a panel. And I was just kind of attracted to it because I was like, wow, like I never really heard passion and truth like that before, spoken like that before. And it was just kind of unusual to me. So I kind of seen them out a little bit at the end of December. I already wasn't celebrating no holidays, like a lot of different truths I got from TikTok, which I understand now. They all flow from Mount Zion. People soundbiting, people taking truths from the Christ and everything like that. But I finally went vegan January 2024, and even if you go and look when I subscribed to the channel, it was on the 7th of January. I had been vegan for a full 7 days. And when I had seen the YouTube videos, the first time I ever watched YouTube videos, I went all the way back to the beginning, and I just immediately knew, like, when I was listening to his voice, the way the vibration felt throughout my whole body down to my, like, literally like my bones, my bone marrow, like I felt a vibration. And it was just like, when he said that he was Christ, I understood. But when he was breaking down the Bible and giving the mysteries that wasn't written, I had never heard it before, never, like, and it was crazy. It was so easy to digest. And so basically I just started listening for like 3 or 4 months before I said anything to anybody. And I like to draw and stuff every now and then. When I got extra time, I'll draw. So I drew his name. I drew Nagu's Kingdom. Like I drew the flag, a couple of different stuff like that, and some people would see it. And that was the first time I ever really had interactions with somebody about it. And they basically was asking what it was, and I was just telling them basically it's like another name for God and everything. And so it led them to asking more questions. And since I had been watching for 3 or 4 months, just soaking up information like daily, hours a day, like I was addicted to listening to his voice. And I start telling these truths to people, and one of the first people I came up against was actually a pastor in my hometown. I didn't even know I was at the gym. he came up to me and I started telling, he was like, where are you getting these truths from? I'm like, Christ. And he said, Christ. I said, yeah, Christ in the flesh. And I tell him his name. And that's when, you know, they instantly try to go against you in any kind of way. But basically, one of the first things I heard him say was about the vegan diet, how he brought it to his family. And his family basically told him that everything that Jesus Christ came 2,000 years ago made clean so they can eat it, pig, pork, whatever it is, beef, don't matter what animal, all that stuff. And it's the same thing that happened to me when I went vegan. Like, I had my family members, my mom, my dad, like some of them tell me different things. Like, you know, it's very hurtful. It's the same thing. And so, like, that really, really, like, when he brought out Daniel chapter 1 and broke that down, and I was going through the same thing at that time, I was like, okay, yeah. And there's many other, you know, breadcrumbs that I've had along the way, but, you know, it's for sure the whole truth and nothing but the truth. And the only way you're going to be able to get it is you got to go in and you got to listen. You got to gain understanding, because you got to understand that's the only way you're going to be able to know is through him. So I am a living testimony, a witness of the Christ in the flesh. And I went to Atlanta to one of the functions. I met him in the flesh. It's real. Everything's real, you know. So it's time to stop playing, guys. You know, we get up, you know, spread this message and sign the petition. It's God. It's God. It's Christ, a mediator, God in the flesh, and he's giving us the truth. He's giving us the way, you know, and he's giving us that life back.
That's what's up, bro. That's what's up. I know I did step away for a second, but did you say where you were from?
So I'm from the United States in South Georgia, a little bitty small town called Sylvester. There ain't really much going on. I'm in Valdosta, Georgia right now. I'm 23 years old. My name is Parker Castleberry.
Yeah. And when you took what you had found out, what you came to realization about back to your family, how did they respond?
So like I didn't understand, like, and that's another way I related to Christ when he was talking about some stuff that he went through too. I didn't understand, like I knew I had the truth, like everything about me, I knew I had the truth. So when I went to my family, I was just telling them like nonchalant, like I was just telling them the truth, and they was like, hold on, it makes sense, like for real. And then they ask you where you get your information from, and I'm like, I get it from Christ. And they like, and I had to tell them, you know what I'm saying, Christ in the flesh, his name is YahJew, you know, because you gotta uncover your head. If you don't, you dishonor your head. You know what I'm saying? So you gotta uncover your head. So that's what I was doing. I understood that because I listened to gain my understanding at the beginning. And once you told them that and showed them who he was, nah, fam, it's over with, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, they finna try to do anything to you. Like, I had people literally threaten to take my life already multiple times. And I understand, like, it ain't, you know what I'm saying? If you got Christ's spirit, you know, that he gives out when he speaks, you wouldn't be threatened to take no life. And this is why we vegan, you know what I'm saying? God's a God of the living. So it's a lot of different things. You come in Jesus' name, you know what I'm saying? He come in the name of nobody. No. You know what I'm saying? He come in the Father's name as well. So it's a lot of different things mixed up. The deception got a hold of them, but I'm gonna keep shining my light. You know, Christ come with that fire. Christ come with the light. You got a candlestick, he lighted. You show that light to the world. People gonna be asking questions. You tell them. You know, it's not up to me to prove it to you, but you got the message. So that's what we're on.
Oh, brother, that's what's up. That's what's up. Like I tell everybody that's with us, I salute y'all, you know, for being a part of this mission, bro. You know, we must uplift our voices, and yeah, y'all been doing a damn good job. So like I said again, salute, bro, salute. I don't know if Talia, you got anything else for him?
No, you were super thorough, bro. Yeah, we just appreciate your testimony, and yeah, man, big salutes. Peace to you.
I appreciate y'all letting me up, family. Peace and love to y'all.
All right, bro. Peace. My brother, what's going on, bro?
Peace, family. Peace, sis.
My brother, what's going on, bro?
Good, man.
My brother, what's going on, bro?
I think I got a little echo. Can you hear that?
You got a little echo, so I'm gonna mute my mic, but I'm gonna ask you a question just to kind of kick it off. If you don't mind, introduce yourself. What's your name? Where you from? And how old are you, if you don't mind?
Yeah, peace. So my name's Jerome Ingram. I'm 40, just turned 40, and I've been with YahJew.
Peace. So my name's Jerome Ingram.
You know what, Sam? I got a little bit of an echo, you know.
40, and I've been with
I'm gonna drop and come back up.
Maybe drop down and come back up because both of our mics muted. So I'm gonna drop you down and bring you right back up. And family, if you want to get your testimony next, make sure you request. So I'm gonna send you one. All right, I think that's a little better. All right, yeah. So if you don't mind, what's your name? Where you're from?
Yeah, so I'm Jerome Ingram. Grew up in London. Was born in Bristol. I relocated back to Bristol now. 40 years old. I've been with YahJew for about say just over 3 years, I want to say. And yeah, so my story, I grew up as a child as a Jehovah's Witness. You know, I hated going to the Kingdom Hall. We used to have about 3 meetings a week, and you know, it just never resonated with me. So anyway, as I, you know, grew up, I was able to leave. And as I got older, I wanted to seek God. You know, there's just this energy to seek God. So I started reading the Bible a bit, then looked into the Hebrew Israelites, because I thought, you know, they was giving a lot of truth about our people and everything. Then I was even doing Sabbath for a little while. You know, started doing Sabbath for, I want to say, about a year, every Saturday. And so I think it was the second time I might have got baptized by a Hebrew Israelite. I was never really in the organization, but you know, this resonated with me. So, you know, I got baptized. And I think it was that same week or that same day when I came back home, I was on Facebook, and I saw this brother talking, you know, and he had his shirt out, you know how YahJew does his lives, and he was you know, he was doing what he does. And I was thinking, who's this man like talking about God like this? Because I've never seen this before in my life. But something was just resonating. Something was just resonating. So, you know, I continued to listen to what he was saying. And then after that day, I said, you know what, I need to go through all these videos just to see what he's really talking about. So I dived deeper into it. And at the end of the week, man, you know, it just resonated with me. I just knew that this was the Christ. And this is at a time when, you know, the family wasn't as big as it is now. So me not really knowing the Bible and the scriptures and everything, but seeing the prophecy, everything what he's talking about is happening. Everything what he's talking about he's doing. And it's like for our people. You know, it's for the world. And all he's doing is gathering the people, reuniting the people, Israel, and doing exactly what is in scripture. And like, this is the prophecy that's happening, and like, I'm just happy to be a part of it, you know? So yeah, that's kind of my testimony. I think you're on mute, brother.
I know you said you was kind of a part of the Jehovah's Witness to the Hebrew Israelites. Now, when you compare the two, I guess those religions to YahJew, what difference do you see?
Man, it's completely different because, again, you know, it's funny because as a child I was a Jehovah's Witness, but it never resonated with me. And then being older now and wanting to seek God again, and then finding my Hebrew Israelite brothers, you know, preaching the word, it's like I got sucked in again, you know, into the deception, into the lie. So again, with YahJew, it's more of a spiritual thing. You know, my testimony is more of a spiritual thing. There's something inside that just resonates with me, where I just know that this is the Christ. It's not difficult, it's not hard. You know, it's not something that I have to read about, because again, I'm not the best with the scriptures. You know, I'm not a Bible thumper. So yeah, this is just the spirit, this is just God. You know, and yeah, I'm just happy to be a part of it, man, and to help out as much as I can.
Okay. I got one more question, and I'll pass it to my sister. So, being that I know you said you was in London, right?
Yeah, correct. Yeah.
Being that you were in London, and you found out Christ is in America, when you went back to your family, friends, maybe a spouse, and you told them that you are aware that Christ is on earth in America, how did they take that message?
Man, even today, man, they think I'm crazy, man. They think I'm crazy. Literally, they think I'm crazy. But because it's like, I know the prophecy in it. Like, this is what we're gonna expect. You know, it's gonna be tough. But there's no way I'm giving up. That's impossible. So it's like, yeah, the fam, they just think I'm crazy, you know. You know, they just think I'm crazy. They don't believe. They don't even want to hear it out. You know, I go through the scriptures that I get from YahJew and show them where it says things like, you know, let every man be a liar. You know, Deuteronomy 18 and 18, like God was going to raise up the son from amongst the people. But no matter what scripture I give them, you know, they're just in that deception. And, you know, at first, when I was telling them, I thought I was excited because I thought, you know, yeah, they're going to really understand this and get this because they're in the book. They know the Bible, you know, better than me. They read it. They go to church every day. So they're going to get this. But that wasn't the case, man. And it's Acts 10 and 41. That's what helped me to see that, you know what? God chose the witnesses. God raised up Christ. And it's not for everybody to see, because not was going to see Christ in the last days. So, yeah.
All right. That's what's up, brother. Celia, it's on you.
Yeah, you kind of asked my questions. So yeah, brother Jerome, it was dope. Hearing your piece, man. Appreciate you sharing your testimony with us. No, much appreciated, bro.
Yeah. Peace to you, sis. Peace to you, brother, man. Appreciate it. Peace to the family too. I love the testimonies, man.
All right, bro. Salute.
Peace and blessings.
Peace.
Going on, brother.
Peace.
I'm gonna let Talia start it off with you. So,
What's up, sis?
What's up? So the question that we open up with is, how did you find out that Christ is on the earth?
When I first heard YahJew scrolling on TikTok, the first message I heard him speak was Colossians 4:11, just us. Yep.
I'm sorry, they having a party now. Okay, so they don't talk about Colossians 4:11 nowhere else. They don't talk about just us being Jesus nowhere else. So, what was that, like a 360 for you?
I mean, well, it stood out because my homeboy, he prior to this, he used to always say, what if Jesus is just us? Like years prior to this, he used to always say this. And when I heard YahJew was speaking, Jesus is just us. So he was the first person I sent it to, my homeboy. That's what made it stand out to me, because it was just us. And it's real, what he was saying. You
So, okay, so you heard the voice and you understood who he was. So, what was it like when it came to your family? You know, when it came to testifying to the people. You know, your expectations versus.
I'm gonna get them gems when I can. Is the one who gives me the worst problem is my mother. My mother, she's, you know how it is. They know us the best, so they think they know us the best, so make it a little hard on you.
I'm trying to think if there's any questions that I'm forgetting.
No, I did want to ask, where you from and your age, if you don't mind.
I'm from Mississippi, Houston, Mississippi.
Okay,
I'm
okay.
29. I'll be 30 in June.
All right, that's what's up. That's what's up.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm glad you brought me up, though.
Sure, bro. I salute you for coming up and sharing some light. You know, others might have a testimony similar to yours, and that might just help them stand up and do something about the problems we all face. So,
I mean, yeah, it go all the way back with me, though. Like, if you want me to start from the beginning.
what's up? You got the floor. It's on you.
Yeah, so like, well, starting going all the way back, I was young. I had to say around 3 or 4 years old when I guess you call it a vision that God showed me. It was I don't know how to explain it, how it was, but it was like he took me, and I was in the sky, and it was a head that appeared to me that was in the sky. I really couldn't make out the face. It was like it was real dark, but it was outlined in stars, like the face, it had an outline of stars. And he was in the sky. I was just stuck there. I was just looking, man. And he was in the sky. It's like he was talking. He was going back and forth. He was talking. And I want to say he was congregating. He was talking to the saints. You know what I mean? He was talking. And then he looked down at me and he smiled. It's like the same smile that YahJew got, like this smirk that he had. Like that's what gave me a lot of clarification on it. It's the same smirk. And I know when I come down, I was back in the house. I was asking everybody, y'all ain't miss me? Like I've been gone, They were like, "What you talking about, Chandler?" I was like, "What you talking about?" I was like, "Man." Anyway, I was young though, but that's just beginning, But growing up, I'm just like a regular old country boy, man. My mama made me get up, go to church, stuff like that. But when I was around, I say 12 or 13, I stopped participating in activities. The church activities, man. I just sat back and watched, you know what I mean? And growing up, kept on going. when I got old enough, I stopped going to church. So I started, reading a lot on my own, stuff like that. I ran into the Muslims, stuff like that. Then I ran into the Hebrew Israelites. That was like the last little thing but I noticed with the Israelites, it's a lot of anger. They carry a lot of anger. Like if you deep in that, I wasn't that deep, but I would just know there's a lot of they push it on people. You know what I mean? Like what they speak and they push it on you. So I think that I don't know how to say it, but anyway, went along and when I heard YahJew, I was going through a lot. I was going through a whole lot. Before I met you, I had made some mistakes in my life. You know what I mean? So, but I had calmed down a lot. I had, sat down, and when I heard YahJew, and I was going through these things in my life, I kind of just floated through it, man. I coasted on through it. And, it came to pass, and now I know righteousness for real. Like, ain't no going back to that. I was saved. That's really how I want to put it. I was saved. I heard the voice, and not to mention I haven't seen YahJew in person, but I know it's real though. I know it's all real, but when I heard him, I just coasted on through them problems, and now we're here.
All right. So, I guess throughout your whole journey, have anything been? I guess when you found out who Christ was, have you had any real burdens? Like I asked Talia, have it ever got to a point like this too much?
Yeah, I ain't gonna say that. Not really, cause I when I heard it, I held on to it and I haven't let go. It's really not a burden. It's really your people. Like,
Yeah.
that's really like it's my people, man. Like, we need to come on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, I don't have no more questions. I don't know if Talia got anything for you.
Yeah, where's it at? We need to come on. I ain't got no questions.
For sure.
We much appreciate you coming up, bro. Really like hearing your testimony. Much appreciation, bro.
Yeah. Yeah, I know I don't usually get up here and speak, so
yeah, this is my first time really seeing you on the panel. But I did have one more question for you though. After you found YahJew, I know I asked you, did you have any burdens? Just walking this walk. But did you find peace? Because I know you said it's probably a hardship more so with your people. So do you have like peace within, just knowing like what's up?
Yeah, I do.
All right.
That's what it is. It's that peace, for sure.
All right, for sure, bro. Salute you. Keep up the good work, and we go keep on working.
For sure. Peace and blessings.
All right, bro. Peace. All right, family. Join the panel. Come up and let's talk about it. It's Testimony Tuesdays. Let's hear a testimony or two. Who my lucky one? If y'all just got an invite, that means it's your turn.
Get myself together.
What's going on? Peace, sis. What's going on?
What's up, y'all? I'm gonna wait. I'm next.
All right.
Nah, Rock, you can go ahead. Hold on.
All right, whichever one of y'all ready.
I'm finna talk up a storm a lot. I'm finna go in. They finna get this work. So I need to eat my sandwich first, and I'm with my daughter real quick. So give me 5.
All right, bet. Hold on, let me get settled.
No worries. Take your time. But yeah, y'all, this Testimony Tuesdays where you come share your testimony about your awakening that you came into of the real truth about God. So throughout this round tonight, you go hear saints all around the world give their testimony about the things they have witnessed. You know, so if you also want to share your testimony, feel free to come up and spread that gospel.
When we say things that we witness, y'all, we ain't talking about, dreams and visions. No, we talking about you witness as in like just the same way that, the disciples, they seen Christ in the flesh. Like witnessing the actual people in the Bible who's actually doing the fulfillment, which is to bring restoration to the people. That's what we're all here for, is to bring restoration to our people. So y'all can go to the website too, and read about what we've been doing.
It's time for a real revolution. If you know somebody got a solid plan, why wouldn't you want to attach yourself to that? It's like knowing the lottery numbers and you just passing up on a great opportunity. Like, come on, y'all. Like, it's time to wake up and let's do something for a change so we all can live life more abundantly, This for the generations to come. This just not even for us. This for the whole world. What's going on, sis? Peace. I'm gonna give a flow to Talia and let her handle the testimonies.
Peace and blessings, sis. All right. So you already know, as soon as or the first question that we've been asking is, how did you discover that the Christ is on earth?
Pieces. I was trying to get backgrounds, but it's okay. Through Kmani. Through Kmani is how it all started. But everything leading up to this point, to that point, is what I have been asking for.
So did you see her on TikTok? Or did she tell you in person what was going on? Or
Before seeing her on TikTok, like most people say, they have a dream. I had a dream.
Okay. So you had a dream, and so that led you to finding YahJew. And then how did you feel moved when you heard his voice? What was that like for you? Because I know that you're coming from Christianity, right? So what was your transition like?
Painful. Very painful. When I finally heard his voice, it was like, dang, I was fighting it. When I heard his voice, I was literally fighting it.
Because you already had a idea about Jesus, you know, and you loved it. So, okay. Yeah. But you know, so what was it like? Finding the coming into that acceptance and you know, this Sabbath day, you know, that now that we're in and then we're, you know, we're bringing people back to the remembrance of the Sabbath day. So what was it like, you kind of finding that rest and you know, giving up the fight and, you know, deciding to really come home? What did that look like?
That looked like days of restless nights. Like once I came into agreement with the truth, it was like I couldn't fathom looking away, knowing that it's right here, what I've been asking for. It may be a hard pill to swallow, but I need to swallow it. Because who am I to go against God's will?
And how did your family respond when you told them?
A lot of them understood. A lot of them, because a lot of them are atheists. A lot of them are still in the church. But the ones that don't like it, when they're around, they don't say too much. Of course, being in church, you think you already got the answers. You think you already know what's going on. So you're not going to be receptive to nothing new because it's going to take you out of what you've been learning. Change is hard, and some people ain't willing to do what's necessary. Some are receptive and some aren't. It's hard, but they can't say they didn't know.
Yes, it's definitely crazy when them true colors come out, cause shoot, it's just these people, they wasn't really standing on what they were standing on about loving God, and it's so crazy to see it, man. So if you know, whatever you want to answer, you know, where are you from, and your age, and what's the other one? Yeah, just your age and where you from and your name.
Hi, I'm Haley. I ain't giving my full government name. Y'all just got the first. Look, I got the first. I'm Haley. I'm 28 and I'm from Newarton, Louisiana. Bottom of the bottoms. So yeah.
Do you have any questions, Stamps?
I know I did step away for a second. Did you ask her how did her family receive the message she came with? You did? Okay. Yeah, that was really my main question. So other than that, I don't have any. Salute your sis. You're on mute if you're talking to you.
Cool. I said big salute, sis. Yeah, we appreciate your testimony.
That wasn't my testimony. That was y'all questions.
Oh, you ain't getting into it? My bad. What's your testimony?
Again, something there. My fault.
That was enough, shoot. I will say, shoot.
Nah, what's your testimony? Oh, we want from start to end, whether you're a religious background, you know, whether you're a part of Hebrew camps, like what you got for us? Like, what's your spiritual journey like?
Sheesh. All over the place. Going from one thing to the next. Once you get to the next thing, you think you got it. You go over to the next looking for something else to add to what you already got. So it's like it was like I was claiming to be in alignment, but I didn't have the truth to say that I was. I was still searching. I can honestly say now I don't even have to search no more. But I grew up Baptist in the choir, praise dance. Shoot. Cool with the pastor, but the pastor could never answer none of the questions that I was asking. It became exhausting, but through all the confirmations that I received, I know for a fact this is it. And people gonna have to get with it because ain't no way around it. I just know that my final eggs came true. Regardless of how many testimonies I got, I could be here all day. We probably could be here until next week. But overall, I say that I was a Jesus freak. You could, not my Jesus. Not my Jesus. I'm cutting ears off too. But I knew that I didn't know Jesus. I knew I never met Jesus. But I knew I was always protected. I knew I was outcast because I wasn't like everybody else. Popular loner is what they call it. And I got shunned for being a Jesus freak too, because a lot of people wasn't down with the church. They was just down with what the church was doing, the fun part of the church. But me, I've always been serious, being the oldest, having to set the example, having to show up, because I got others watching. So that's why I say again, I couldn't do what everybody else was doing or move how everybody else is moving. But
I do have a question before you proceed. Mm-hmm. Now, being that you was very passionate about, Jesus, your Jesus, like you said, how did your family take it when you stopped saying Jesus this, Jesus that, YahJew?
They just look at me crazy, like everybody got their own opinion, so that's what they stand on. I'm gonna let you have your opinion, but this is what I know. They still can't show for nothing.
Okay. You got it.
But yeah. Coming into the truth, it was a lot that was going on. A lot that was going on that was ricocheting all at once. Like, I was walking around here with shawls on, praying on my knees, thinking I'm speaking in tongues. Man. Reading the Bible every single day. I kid you not, every single day. Coming into the truth, I can't hold it for long. I can't even look at it for long. I don't even want to touch it for real unless need be. I'm just saying. You cut your mic off, so I thought you had another question.
Oh no, I'm listening to you.
Okay. But like I said, we could be here all day.
Did you ever have, because the people, because I know being that you was very passionate in the church, you said you were speaking in tongues.
Mm-hmm.
Did you ever have one of the Holy Ghost moments in church?
No, but I witnessed the false one. But I witnessed the false one. You said that. I can even tell you the man's name.
I got you. I mean, I don't have any more questions at all. Can I proceed with your testimony? I'm gonna stop cutting you out too.
But yeah, I ain't gonna be up here too much longer. I'm ready to hear rock. So, I don't know. I don't know what else. What else y'all searching for? What else y'all need? I mean, I thought the sky was gonna crack too. But I also wondered how he was gonna show up in the sky, being the fact the world is so big. He was gonna have to be big. Big. My imagination was so wild. Man, we thinking about floating in the air. They say endure till the end. Y'all want a one-way ticket out of here. I knew he was gonna have to do work. I knew I was gonna meet him, but I didn't know when. I didn't know how. So my imagination was just cutthroat. I was thinking any which way. It could happen, him coming from the earth. He can come from the sky. Like, I didn't know. I didn't know. But now I do. Now I do.
Okay, that's what's up. So I know you said you did a lot of bouncing around, I guess, basically through our religions. So other than, I know you said Christianity. Other than Christianity, what other religion were you a part of?
I mean, you would, but like you was into chakras, the rocks, the sage, and then you think about it like, what is this doing? What is this? This glass. Sage to get rid of spirit. Look, wait, it don't make no sense. I don't know. Yeah. That and that and trying to incorporate that in church because of the fact of a scripture that talks about gemstones. That's how it all started. So it began to become a rabbit hole. So yeah.
Okay. From sage, from Jesus to sage to crystals. Ever been a part of any camps? I guess other faiths like that.
No. Coming into the truth again, I say a month before actually accepting it fully, I ended up on a duty with a Mason, and then the week after that, I ended up on duty with a brother from IUIC. So it was those stories are funny too, but no, IUIC is definitely recruiting, but no, they're a part of a camp. I never understood why they wore the fringes until it was broken down. And they have a hate. They hate. They have a hate for the wrong thing.
All right. I salute you for your testimony. I don't know if Talia got anything else for you. But stay strong. We're going to keep on fighting this fight together.
It ain't too much of a fight. It's the truth. So they fighting it. We just live it. This is the foundation of it all. So
they fighting. We walking over water, I guess. Like I said, sis, I salute you. Talia, you got anything?
Yep, salute you, sis. Yep, peace and blessings. Much appreciate you. Yeah.
Word, peace and blessings, sis. Well, I appreciate your testimony.
Can't wait to hear yours, brother.
No doubt. I can't wait to give mine.
Don't worry about it. It's on you, my brother. She can't wait. There you go.
How y'all
What's
doing,
going
brothers
on, my
and sisters?
brother?
How y'all doing, brothers and sisters? Y'all know what time it is?
What's going on, bro?
I'm about to let my eyes light on fire. Symbolically.
Yeah, I mean, you can go and start off with your name, where you're from, how old you is, if you don't mind.
No doubt.
And
My name is Akeem.
Hello. What'd you say, Talia?
All right.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. I think we should add in how long you been testifying as also to that.
No doubt. No doubt. So I've been testifying to YahJew for a year and a half. This is my first time ever really in the Bible, and I've learned wonders. My name is Akeem Giddens. I now go by Archangel Rock of the Kingdom of Negus of Heaven. I'm of heaven. But in the world, in reality, I'm from the Bronx, New York, born and raised. I'm 36. I got 3 children and a wife. I'm ex-military veteran for United States Army, 3rd Group Special Forces, 91 Bravo, all-wheel vehicle mechanic. And God revealed this truth to me just how I asked for it. Let's go. Bring on the questions. I forgot anything?
No. I guess you can really start off because I know you said you got a lot to say because I know you know how to talk. So
yeah, no doubt, brother. Let's get it.
You can really start off, about your spiritual journey. You can start that.
Yo, I want to start. All right, my spiritual journey began with like Tupac. My spiritual journey began with the realization of my color, my skin color, who I am as a person, and my people and how we were treated. My conditioning and my environment coming up led to me becoming a very racist man. Hidden. Secretly, I was a very racist man. My information I've been gathering, learning, and researching made me hate the opposite skin color, And I was quiet about that. But some people that really know me, they'll tell you I spoke violently with my hate towards the other race. Openly, I was okay with it. If you got me charged up, I'd speak on how it was all their fault. I did a lot of lying on God, and I didn't realize it. I would say I'm God. I would say I could use the power of God to destroy and whatnot, and I was in my vain imagination. I was always very imaginative as a kid. I wrote books and movies and had fascinating dreams that I turned into books and movies. I could control my dreams, where it's like, stop, add a character, fast forward, play. And that's why I always wanted to be a director. That went away from me as I got older, but I was able to write some books. God has been giving me gifts my entire life. There's nothing I couldn't do. Everything I attempted, I could do. But I never grabbed interest in anything besides wisdom. Wisdom was the thing that led me to searching for spirituality and truth in God, because wisdom was just so interesting to me. Wisdom to me is like virtue. It's like learning what right from wrong, learning just how to handle yourself in certain situations. That's really what led me to wanting to find the truth on the planet. So I began my search with research. One of my favorite things to do, I was always a Yu-Gi-Oh player. I played Magic the Gathering, Yu-Gi-Oh, Lorcana's a new game. I'm a card player. I read a lot of cardboard papers and little text, and I memorized thousands of cards. That was just one of my things I really like to do. So when it came to like researching and finding out history facts and different things like that, I was easily going into history, and I found a lot of lies. I found a lot of conquering each other. I found a lot of people taking advantage of each other, and I most of all, I found the lies in religion. Then it came to the Bible. I said, all right, let me open the Bible. when I got to this part that said, drink my flesh, eat my blood, He said Jesus Christ. It says, for every high priest taken from amongst men. Did you catch it? For every high priest taken from amongst men is ordained for men in things pertaining to God, to deal with their sins and sacrifices. That's a game over. I thought it was game over there, but I found better scriptures after that. But I thought it was game over there. We get a high priest taken from amongst the men, like our brothers. He gonna deal with our sins and sacrifices. This is a wrap. I understood very clearly, but I couldn't get everyone else I was speaking to understand very clearly. So I'm listening to Frederick, and I'm listening to Fred and Fire. YahJew Fire. I love my brother. He bust a whole ceiling of heaven out for me. He gave me a whole set of wings and said, fly with me, brother. Because the things he was revealing to me, because he spent so much time with Son of Man, with YahJew Judah, that like I was quick though. So I'm like, yeah, I love it. I eat knowledge. So the things he was revealing to me about the wisdom, and with all you're getting, get wisdom. That's all the book is about, is wisdom. Take me back right now to Romans 8 and 7. Remember, I went over 8 and 10 already. 8 and 7 is talking about carnality, how the carnal mind is enmity against God, and that the carnal mind is not of God, is not of the law of God. So I'm like, what is this carnal mind? I looked it up. Carnality, merely human flesh, merely human thoughts, things like history, science, things that we comprehend in the flesh, like things that we know of the flesh. Meaning these things that we know of in the flesh is not what God's talking about, period. Oh, got it. According to scripture. Got it. A good example of that is in Revelations, it says the waters which you saw are nations, tongues, multitudes, and people. This just told me that the water is not water, it's people. I'm like, all right, this symbolism is big and it's all throughout scriptures. God, this is God's language, this symbolism. I'm understanding now. All right. And that really brought a lot of clarity to me. It let me be able to not only read the scriptures, but I actually began to start prophesying. I actually began to start seeing how it will all end. I went to sleep one day. I'm with YahJew now. I'm fast forward. I'm with YahJew. I'm marching. I'm preaching in the truth. I'm with Antonio. I'm with Danny. I'm with Frederick. These are my favorites. I'm getting my sword sharpened off of them. You know, I'm learning I'm learning from YahJew how to be calm and poised, how to gather myself. And the most important thing, remember, I was in that darkness too. Be sympathetic, be understanding, gentle. I learned about the fruits of the spirit, long suffering, kindness. I grew in wisdom and knowledge. I grew in scriptures. Instead of memorizing Yu-Gi-Oh cards and cardboard, I jumped in this book and I tore it up real easy. Oh, boom, memorize, highlight, mark. My book, I wrote all in my book. All in my book. Once I got it perfected, I went to my kids and my wife. And I let my wife know it. And she was a little scared at first. She was a little standoffish. But then she would even say, no, he lying. You don't got the truth. And I say, you lying. Please, you know that what you just said is a lie. Please. You wouldn't be with me. Like if you knew I was like that kind of guy. Like eventually she just broke, like to where she don't say nothing about it, but she will not say that's not Christ. She will say, and that's why I don't go online and listen to the people, because they dumb and they don't worship Christ. YahJew is right. I said, oh, I heard her say that a couple of times. YahJew is right. Just solidifying my faith. And I'm like, yeah, my wife over there, she not just gonna go for anything. She grew up with her mom in church, and she's even hearing some truths from me being on the panels. I'm like, all right, bet. I approached my wife's mom, Miss Audrey. She, good Christian. She said, I refuse to cast a stone. I ain't gonna say that's not him, but I don't think it's him. That's what she said. I just really want to convince her. I didn't want to be annoying. My wife was like trying to stop me from trying to jump in her conversations and give her mom scriptures. I wasn't sharp enough to even be trying to come at Miss Audrey like that. I needed to be well versed. I needed to be taken by the Lord and shown more in heaven and gain and understand. And then I could descend down and talk to Miss Audrey. I'm ready now, but I'm just, biding my time. Miss Audrey's in Georgia already, next to Christ. I plan on moving to Georgia too. But let me just stay on topic. So as the spirit grew with me, I began to speak boldly because I knew what I was saying. So I felt like I got to shut you down. I got to shut you down. And you're rude and you lack self-accountability, something very important that helped me see the truth. I didn't realize it, but I'm judging people. I realized that the scriptures say the saints will judge the world. And I'm like, wait a minute, the prophecies that I'm having, right? I'm on top of the prophecies I'm having is connected to the book. The book is talking about me right now. And that really sent a chill down my spine. Went to sleep and I had a prophetic vision. This prophetic vision, it was the Pope. He was at the United Nations, and it was like a big circle, you know how all the chairs is around, and YahJew and me were standing up on the top, and YahJew just finished saying something, and he was in shame on his knees, and there was other popes in shame on their knees, the purple hat, the white hat, and different one, the red one, the gray one, and there was angels around them. And I'm like, all right, now it's getting a little ridiculous. I know I'm dreaming. These angels had regular ass wings. And I imagine angels with peacock wings. So I'm like, this is not even my imagination. They're like, where is this coming from, God? So you just give me symbolism so I can understand what's going on, truth. So the angels are circling around the Pope. And I'm like, yeah. And YahJew said, it's done. And then I said, yeah, so I punish you. I charge you for crimes against humanity and for your sins. And then lightning was going off. And I was pointing at the Pope. And YahJew tapped me on the shoulder like, brother, man, it's done. And I laughed. And I put my finger down and said, okay. And I woke up and that dream showed me to respect the order, not to do too much. You know, Messiah is the leader. You know, it showed me that I knew that too. You know, it showed me that it's going to happen. You know, the Pope's going to get prosecuted and whatnot, you know. That was just the first vision, and it was a strong vision. And I got on panels and I cried, and I didn't write it down though, you know. But the second vision I had, I wrote down. The second vision I had, I was prepared for it. In the spirit one day, went to sleep, beautiful day, you know. I'm laying there and boom, it started happening. This haven't happened to me in a long time. The dreams that I could move and control things. And I was doing it for a bit and then it stopped. And I said, oh snap, I'm not in control here. It was swords. All colors and shapes and sizes and shades of swords. I saved the story, I wrote it down, and I shared it with only the saints because the story is for the saints, because they needed to understand when this would be over. And that was my prophetic vision. I keep getting visions about the end and how it's going to end because I had questions about the end. And that's the only questions I really had. So God was just taking care of me. The truth was just taking care of me. And God is in YahJew, so I would ask YahJew questions and I would get answers. So this story, I'm not going to tell and give away the goods. It's not for y'all, it's for the saints. Y'all can learn about it when it's published, the prophecy. Myra, give me 2 more minutes. This story. She's fucking upset, bro. This story is about how when the saints are ready and well polished and sharpened, they're ready to charge into Vatican with the Messiah and win this whole thing. You know, that's in layman's what the story was about. But it came in a parable of swords and fire and metals and meltings and plastics and different things. No people. But the swords would shake and talk like people. And I just really got comfortable and sat there and watched the whole thing, the whole vision like a movie, and woke up happy in the spirit. And I wrote it all down this time, you know? So when you really have God and his truth and you really could testify to the works and you really living with it, it hit different. Let me talk to my wife 1 minute real quick. Let me see what she got.
Yeah. So for y'all that don't know, this Testimony Tuesdays where the saints come together. We tell our testimonies. You know, so if y'all got a testimony, if y'all confess YahJew, Judah is he, most definitely come up. Share some light.
All right, so check it. This is where it got really crazy now. Another testimony, the music of the saints. Remember I told you about YahJew Fire and how he really took me to high levels of heaven? It was his music that liberated my soul. It was his music that showed me that, you know, the passion, the flavor, the innocence, the purity, the angelic presence, what we wanted. Like I came from rap. I used to be a rapper. And I used to rap about this demonic stuff and say it. It's normalized now in my hood. Like where you rap about, I'm a demon, I shoot what I run. I'm a demon, I do all this dumb. Yeah, like demon, like it's known. So when I'm hearing the saints of God saying that they're angels, and then I play the music, I cry. I changed my whole life. Oh man, I wasn't eating meat. I wasn't smoking cigarettes. I wasn't lying. I was telling the truth. I became even bolder. I became even more loving, more patient. My entire life changed. Not racist. The testimony is powerful. God entered my life just as I wanted, just as I needed it. I got a testimony of thinking I was him, bro. I got a testimony of saint is just a sinner who fell down and got up. A righteous man fall down 7 times, the number of completion. It could have been 10, it could have been 5, but as many times as necessary. But you got to get up and you righteous. That's your proof that you righteous. And because you got up, you know what you used to do. I know I used to steal. I know I used to do all the bad stuff. And I know what it looked like when you still doing it and you lying saying you don't. I know the truth. God picks these people who went through this crucible, this trial in life, who learned these lessons in life from things they went through and didn't let society change them. Just because you got robbed 50 times doesn't mean you're gonna now be a thief for the rest of your life. You let the enemy win. Certain people's spirits are gonna always fight that urge. You know, and that just to show like God is choosing us. We already know. Like God already knows who's gonna be. So when I'm spreading the truth and I'm trying to gather the angels, I just got a lot of belief in God that if I speak my best truth, if I give it my best shot, if I be as honest as possible, and I give my testimony, weaponize my testimony for them as spirit so they can hear it, there's nothing I could take. They won't be able to escape God. You know, I praise God in spirit and truth, like it says. And YahJew bust the mystery wide open for me for asking, what's God? And he said, God is truth. And it fit the riddle so perfectly, because you can't be the truth, but you can have it. You can't be God, but you can have it. You can hear the truth. You can pass the truth on. You can hear God. You can pass God on. You see, it fits so well in the parables. The truth is all powerful. You're nothing without the truth. The truth is is more powerful than love. Love without truth is nothing. Nothing is nothing without truth. You see, this is God. So it began to mix in my mind like, wait a minute. That's a simile, metaphor, like as, parable. God is a metaphor for truth. When they say in God, the people that was talking about it, they really meant truth. But we didn't know that. This to be revealed by Son of Man and the angels. Your definition of God is truth. You have it forever. Don't let anyone take it from you. You know, stuff like that is happening. I go into churches. I call a pastor. I grab their Bible and I show them something. Show them a lie. I say, no one knows the Father except the Son. And no one knows the Son except the Father. So who's Jesus? And why do you know God? Nice and calm. Well, I'm like, before you start to lie, I'm an angel sent by Christ on earth himself. The time is up. I walk out, kids with me, whoever's with me, bold, no argument, just looking straight in their eyes. Oh yeah, you better believe it. Because I had to do that. I had to swallow that pill. And I had to better believe it. So let's just say God picked the right one, man. I don't know if I missed anything in my testimony, but it's a fascinating one. I love it. I love y'all, who I met, my family that God showed me, revealed to me, my true family. You know, I love Christ because he got the determination to actually put in the work, make world declarations and gather the nation in peace, you know, making me an ordained minister, able to read the will and ascend to high levels of heaven, giving me eternal life. All these things symbolic, all these things exaggerated speech, all these things metaphors. You know, and it just goes to show that we are still the people who speak like that. You know, we always talk about, I got that fire, bro. Now I stop at 5, 12 coming. I got that heat. I'm on fire. We always spoke like this, exaggerated speeches in our bloodline. So how could we not know that we are the people that speak like that in the Bible? We couldn't recognize it because we were colonized. The siege of Magdala in Ethiopia and the truth about the Solomonic dynasty was the last of the research I needed to do to put this all together with the Christ. That is a very eye-opening situation that I didn't know about until I was a grown man. I went to college. I didn't finish college, but I went to college. I finished high school. Right. Well, why I didn't know about the Solomonic dynasty? Because I wasn't supposed to know. No, brother A, I love him. His testimony about his son. Taught me submission. Taught me that there's a greater love than I know. Told me there's a stronger spirit than I might have, because I know I can't handle that. Admirable. I got many different lessons and ways to grow looking at my brothers and sisters. I love y'all, believe in y'all. Y'all are the example of the world need, that the world doesn't have. I want to do that. I want to be with y'all steadfast. The last thing I'm gonna say is Antonio said in his song, he said something fly, we fly together. Said we can fly together. To get in that battlefield and unalive together. Yeah, he said something about that. He said, you like to fly, because I like to fly. We can say fly together, get in that battlefield and unalive together. You see, he said, death won't do us apart. I might get that tattooed on my heart. I'm so close to the spirit, I might turn invisible. Do they know who we are? When I hear that, brother, man, I used to rap about being bad. And I'm hearing this, we in the order, not out of it. So them YahJew is here and they doubted it. This is too crazy. You can't fake this emotion. I get in the booth and I was rapping about tough gangster crap because I was forced to, in my society, I'm a product of my environment, to do gangster crap. Like, you gotta survive and you're not gonna be a victim. So I had to do some gangster crap and I bragged about it in my music, but he's doing godly work and bragging about it. Something I've never heard in my life. This was so new to my ears. I couldn't even make music. I was stuck in amazement. Me, an artist. I wrote a song about YahJew and God, of course, but I haven't put it in the booth yet. I got too many memories of me going in the booth to follow myself. You know, like, it's just certain things are for certain people. And that's for him, that's his lane. I'll get to it eventually, but right now I'm gonna let all the saints that's destined for this music and they doing it perfectly the way they doing it now, I'm gonna let them shine, because it's life-changing music. Oh, last thing, I had a vision about a concert. We was on the shore of a beach and it was boats and planes and it was a concert and we was preaching to everybody and people was getting on the planes and boats and we was going to Ethiopia like an Exodus. That was a vision I got real quick back in the days, but I forgot about it to mention that vision too. There's a lot of situations that happened to me from after the Shema scroll, knowing that Christ would be revealed to me, actually meeting Christ, speaking to Christ, him calling me one-on-one person, man to man, knowing we got a daughter the same age, knowing that we both got a wife, just knowing that we both, real dignified Black men who got the right mindset and the same mindset. I wish I was him, bro. Like, I wish I put all that stuff out first. I'd be strong for y'all too, and it's just that right there that made me feel like this is my brother. This is correct. I'm gonna let him do it. I'm gonna push him forward. Like, if there's any questions y'all have for me, if anything you think I missed, please ask me. I'm an open book. I'm mad transparent.
I know you did have a very detailed, testimony. Very beautiful. I did have two questions for you. I know you said your past life, you did a lot of research. Dr. York was baptized. You did a little bit of research on the Anunnaki. From the research that you have did in the past to you finding YahJew, what is different from all the research you did, all the seeking you did, to this what you have found? You're on mute.
Difference is I'm looking into the research and I'm getting fables, I'm getting myth, I'm getting things that I've never seen. But with YahJew Judah, I'm getting wisdom, I'm getting knowledge, I'm getting understanding, things I've never seen. He demonstrated these things on me. It's contagious. I must demonstrate it on my brothers. It's true love. It's correction. It's truth. You know, so I saw that the stories of Ra, the stories of Anunnaki, the stories of Lord Krishna, these are symbolic stories, like the Lion King, just a tale with a virtue and a meaning. You're to look for Simba and you're to look for Mufasa and identify Scar, but not really look for them as characters in real life. Understand a king and his backstabbing brother and his son coming for vengeance and learn from the parable. So when I applied that mindset to Egypt and Raw, I didn't see what's the word? I didn't see myth or fables. I saw coded wisdom. So the Bible is, you know, and all of those wisdom of mankind, like coded wisdom. Yep. Lord Krishna, he's not really a monkey Indian man Christ. No, coded wisdom, symbolic for peace and love, and it was also parabolic, as well as Buddha, you know. So I studied almost a bunch of these religions, all the major ones of the face of the earth, just to take a peek, because I'm around YahJew. So that answers your question?
Most deaf. So I guess because my next question was, because I know you did say you come from like a racist background, you know, you did have your ways in the past. So I guess this question really go tie everything in. Did you find your peace? You know, the peace that everybody is seeking for. Are you still racist? You know, how do you come off at other nations of people? Now that you have found the truth and you understand what's truly going on.
Man, I'm such a humanitarian. That's how I was able to start my own business, my own company, my first ever company, Passion Protect and Passion Security Company. You know, it's going to be a world peace force, firefighters, police, lifeguards, just everybody in a life-saving job field. I want to pool them in one organization and make it worldwide and have like a hero organization. And I really am happy that my racism ended through knowing that the spirit is our true identity, because the spirit is God's true identity. So we can't be a color or a race. We're actually spirit. So I look at my brothers and sisters as spirits. Some spirits fallen, some spirits positive, some spirits negative. There's only two different types of spirits. You got the spirit of God, or you got the spirit of Satan, the lies. So the spirit of truth is how I look at people now, and not by color or race. And that's the significance to my racism being ended and allowed me to really go to higher levels of understanding.
Okay. I have no further questions, my brother. Salute you for telling your story. Talia, you got anything?
Question, Lily.
No, I don't. You covered all the bases, bro. But yeah, we definitely appreciate your testimony, bro. Yeah, and peace and blessings.
No doubt, man. The last thing I'm gonna say, peace and blessings to y'all. I love y'all. The last thing I'm gonna say is I love God, because that's the truth. You know, and I love YahJew for giving it to me. And I love y'all because I'm giving it to y'all. And that's just the truth. And that's just God. You can't be God. You can't be the truth, but you can possess it. Remember that. Feel that truth in the riddle of what God is. And then thank YahJew Judah later. Because you ain't going to thank me. Peace and blessings, y'all.
All right, bro. Peace. Next up, we got my brother Israel.
Family, one love. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, brother. If you can, turn on your camera. Oh, there you go.
I'm outside, so I can, if y'all can hear me, I can deal with it.
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear, bro.
For sure. Peace and blessings, everybody. One love, man. One love. How y'all doing? For sure.
So we're going to start off, if you don't mind, introducing yourself. What's your name? Where you're from? Your age?
Shit. I'm from the Bay Area, California. I'm 40 years old. I'm 40 years old. I'm out here in California, San Francisco Bay Area. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Okay. And you know, if you wanna go into a little bit of your testimony, like how it all started for you. Like what religion was you ever a part of religion? Did you have a spiritual background? You know, like what's your story like?
Okay. Man, my walk really wasn't that extreme, but like around 2020, I could say I was moved by something. I was like, okay, I had all the worldly things, you know, we got the cars, the clothes, you know, all the worldly things, but my soul was still feeling empty. It's like I had no truth. You know, I'm a father. I got 3 kids. I'm a coach. You know, I'm a business owner, but there's no truth. I felt empty. You know, I would have after paying my employees and paying myself and going out to eat with my family, it still felt empty. You know, it still was that void that I had in my heart. I mean, I deal with organizations. I help the people. We feed the people. I mean, we do our best, but it still felt empty. And so 2020, I got a cousin. He's a Israelite. No camp specifically, but he do study though. You know, he wear the fringes and all of the whole makeup. He do the whole outfit. He every day he like this. He got a stick. Every day he got a rod. He think he's the super Israelite, I call him. So so one day I was like, cuz, can I come over and study with you? And I never studied before in my life. I never even picked up a Bible. I didn't even worry about a Bible. I was just call myself a good person, may I say, you know, a good brother. So as I'm seeking truth and trying to fill that void up with something, I began to, to study and seek and stuff. And I went along with it for like 3-4 years. And then it came to a time like around 20, maybe at the beginning of the year, maybe at the beginning of last year, around the same time. This is when I found the family. So it's been about a year since I've been with the family, if that answers one of y'all questions. Around this time, I found a family. I was like, wow, I seen the brother. I've been seeing a couple videos of the brother YahJew going around to a couple camps, professing, that his anointment, and brothers and sisters was rejecting him, and it intrigued me. I said, why where the brotherly love at? But as I was with these camps, that was my number one question. Why is there so much friction? Why is there so much fighting? Because I come from an environment where it's a lot of fighting and stuff. So I was trying to seek more a healthy environment for my kids. Because I got 3 kids. I want my kids to grow up righteous, to hold on to something. You know what I mean? That's my whole focus of everything that I do, is to be a righteous brother for my family, for my wife, for my kids. So as I was studying with the Israelite brother, I'm bouncing around, my bad, I ain't got it all written down. As I was seeking for my family, I found the Bible to just, actually put me into a mental bondage. You know what I mean? But I found a brother, and that's what I'm saying. When I found myself putting myself in that mental bondage, I kind of like put the Bible down. I was like, I'm through with it. And I talked to my brother TH, I was like, bro, we through with it, bro. I'm through with it. Woo. I'm used to be a good person, back to being a good person before 2020. How it was. As I was going along, I seen a brother on YouTube, and I seen a couple more people, I seen the brother Stamps, and as I go back and look, I say, wow, okay, this is the family. I seen Kate Rebel, I seen, Ed, and I can see Truth, and I'm like, okay, yeah. So this is before, though. This is before I even came out there. But, I'm not peeping gang. I'm like, why people acting like that, bro? Where the brotherly love at? Where the love of God at? What's up, yo? Where the love at? You know what I'm saying? And this brother got a plan to free our people by nation building. Ain't nobody talking about that. Everybody talking about a 501c3. Everybody talking about a church. Ain't nobody trying to do something for our people. So that's what brought me in, man. That's where I humble myself to receive that mindset that I need to receive to free my people to have something for my kids, if that makes sense.
Okay. So what would you say stood out to you the most when you found YahJew and the rest of the saints? Would you say it's the brotherly love, the information, the plan? What was it?
Man, it's a little all wrapped up in one.
Okay.
For one, the brotherly love. Hold on. For one, it's the brotherly love, For two, it's a supreme information the brother, is laying down. The truth, not the two-sidedness. That I see that's why I see the Father working through him. I see the goodness. They say God is good, but who really doing good? You know what I'm saying? So I see the good, and I see the minds of men that's working around what's going on, and I'm honored to just lay my life down for that. You know what I mean? For something that I can stand for my kids, something new for us. You know what I'm saying?
Most definitely. I'm gonna pass the mic to Talia. Give her a chance to get something in.
Yeah, brother. I want to ask about your about when you started testifying to your family, your expectation versus reality, and how the crucifixion started for you.
Oh shit. It's hard to say though, but it's almost like I was when I was in the Israelite doing that Israelite shit. My bad. When I was doing that, my family are already kind of like written me off already because they're like, hey, we're gonna eat pork, crab, shrimp, and lobster as we want. And that's kind of like stirred me off already. But now, you know what I'm saying? I don't even care because like that prepared me for this. You know what I'm saying? Like my wife, she gonna be with me regardless. At first she kind of like, huh? She was like, huh? And then now she's seeking herself. As far as like she asking me more questions. Even she might ask me about the Passover. I was like, man, that's 2 years ago. You know what I'm saying? We ain't doing that no more. Like that's an inside joke. You know what I mean? Like she coming around. My kids love it. They testify and say, hey man, my daddy way more nicer. You know what I'm saying? Like I can feel it myself. Just to have that supreme wisdom, that supreme knowledge from God, you can't do nothing but look around and have a smile on your face. You know what I mean? A grin. And because this world is deceived. Answer your question, sis.
Yeah, it does. Yep.
My bad. Just to add to though, like, my family, man, like they cool. They see it. They see it. I used to be 450 pounds. In 1 year, I lost a whole person. So they see it. You know what I mean? They see it. They be on here. They come check me out. They hear it. My friends and my family. So they waiting for the truth too. You know what I mean? It's just these marks online that I get the hardest time with.
Most definitely. That's what's up, bruh. Salute you. Great health. Doing good. We all in this together. That's what's up.
Man, appreciate it, man. I was kind of shy, but I let the spirit just lead me, though. You know what I mean? One love.
Ain't no reason to be shy. All right, Talia, you got anything else? I bet I know I kind of cut you off.
Nah, just big salute, bro. Yeah, one love, brother. Appreciate you coming up and sharing with us. Thank you.
So, man, anytime. One love to the family. Peace.
All right, bro. Peace. Warriors, on you. What's going on, family?
Peace and blessings to the real. Peace and blessings to the real. All praises to the Most High and YahJew to Christ. Let's get rid of these slaves.
What's going on, brother? Peace.
Oh man, just here at my niece's volleyball, I'm not volleyball, cheerleading squad day. So I said, before I go inside, I got to get this out the way because my attention gonna be all out there. And I'm gonna be outside with all this wind. You know, peace and blessings to everybody, man. Salute to the kings and queens of the earth.
Appreciate you putting some time to the side for us. Guess we'll go start off with, just basically introducing yourself, bro. Like, where you from, how old you is, the name, if you don't mind.
No, not at all. Not at all. I used to have a thing that I never wanted to tell my age. I always had this thing that when you give out your age and this count number that they put on you, that it kind of takes away the life from you. But according to the calendar days of man, I'm 48 years old. My name is Frederick Douglass Dixon, and I was born and raised in Los Angeles, California. So I'm a West Coast baby.
Another Cali in the house. Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay, that's what's up. I guess how long have you known about YahJew?
We're going into the third year now, so it's about 2.5 years roughly.
Okay.
Maybe I might be a little bit off, maybe a little bit more, but I said about a good 2.5 years.
All right, that's what's up, man. I guess you really can start off with how your spiritual journey all started off. Start there.
Okay, absolutely. I'll try to just get it. I won't go too far in depth, take up too much time, but when I was born into this world, my mother and my father, right, they lost custody of me when I was a child. Me and my brother. I'm my dad's junior. I share this story because a lot of times we don't realize as saints that there's a calling on your life, or there's something unique about you, or this black sheep kind of scenario kind of follows us all. We have some kind of triumph before victory, or some kind of trials and tribulations that we have been treaded through. And the reason why I'm sharing my childhood story is because it's very moving to me to when you ever to grasp hold of this truth now and then look back into your spiritual breadcrumb, your spiritual walks throughout life. It's very profound to see the intricate details of the spiritual battle from when you're actually born into this darkness, because it starts from right there. Very important to understand that. And so I'm going to start there, and then I'm going to just do a fast forward. I'm going to give a little detail there, and then I'm going to fast forward and get towards when I met YahJew. So my mother and father were in, Watts, California. And from my understanding, my father liked to, smoke sherm. And he went through a lot of changes through his walks as a Crip, from a Black Panther, so on and so forth. There was a lot of drugs and things that infested the communities at this point in time, during a certain time, that impeded our people. And so my father and my mother was actually like everybody else. It's the time of the hippies. It's the time of many crossroads where people would dip and dab in these areas. And I'm saying this just because, I come to find out that, my mother actually was experimenting with drugs also when she had both me and my brother, you see. And we were taken from my parents at a young age because my brother got a hold of something that he wasn't supposed to get a hold to during my mom and my dad having a quarrel in a fight. And the police showed up. My dad tried to stash this, he's a big dealer and stuff on top of that. So he tried to stash this stuff in the bottle, and my little brother ended up drinking the PCP. So this caused us to get thrown into the system. And so my brother went with my great grandmother, and I went with my father while everything was being worked out. They put us with immediate family members. So this was a broken time that, that really devastated a change in my life. I share this because there's many other people who have been in the foster system or victims of family members who have drugs or are impeded by the system some kind of way. So I just wanted to share that little piece, to kind of, give a little redemption. But anyhow, so my grandmother, she was a very strong Christian woman from down south, Louisiana. And she a very spiritual woman. As a matter of fact, she ended up having a church and Bible studies later and so on and so forth. But this was my heart. She's the heart of the family too, by the way. But this was my heart, and she loved me very much. And so her and my dad end up having their differences because my dad ended up having me go be with my great grandmother. Now transition to my great grandmother wasn't so great. But the battle in court, I remember it like it was yesterday. But I remember my dad prepping me, like, you want to be with your brother, don't you? I didn't want to go with my grandmother. I wanted to stay with my great grandmother wanted to stay with my grandmother. My great grandmother was my dad's mother. But I wanted to stay with my grandmother, well, but that didn't happen. So during that transitioning, that's why I went through the foster system. They ended up getting in custody to my great grandmother for both of us. And so I ended up leaving my grandmother. It broke her heart. Her and my dad stopped talking, because of that. So this is a big, huge, cycle. I can remember this stuff. That's why I'm sharing it, because the trauma starts early. The attacks start very early as you're born into this system. And a lot of people don't pay attention to these things, but now that I'm able to look back, I'm able to see it for what it is now. So being with my great grandmother, life wasn't so great, but she was very wealthy, which you would think that because of the wealth, things would be great, but I was abused, mistreated, because today I understand now that she was taking out the custody battle, the quarreling she was having with my grandmother, and all the mishaps that was happening amongst them out on me. And how I was a huge threat to her cradle censoring with my brother Travis. Even though it wasn't her child, she still was cradle censoring with him and paid favoritism to him because he reminded her of her son, which was my grandfather, who she lost. So I was under this cloak of attack by her for no reason. So I tried everything I could to just be the best kid ever. But, she just did not, I don't know, but so she completely abused me constantly, mistreated me, and gave my brother the world, which I was less than fortunate to have a lot of things that my brother had. He used to fight for me, argue with her to buy this and buy that for me. He'll get all the new shoes and stuff, and she won't get me stuff, but she did what she had to do to make sure I was maintained, but he got the world. So I went through that transitioning. So during all that, my father was sent to prison during that period of time. And when he got out, he came to visit me a lot, as much as he could. So he tried to stay around as much as he could. And he tried to get himself on the right tracks and work and do all the things he could. So I learned a lot of things along my journey from my father during this transitioning moment. But which was a great thing, because up to the day my dad died, we were best friends. But he ended up going back to prison again, which took another transition turn in my life. So I started, finding things to bridge the gap of that father and son relationship. I got into, martial arts, football, sports, and community activities with the neighborhood rivalries, brothers that I was hanging around with and brothers that I didn't get along with. So I found myself started gang banging. So I got into the gang scenario. And so with that being, that transition from gang banging got me into a lot of things that, I later regret now, things that I've done that I regret, horrible memories of things I've done, but I never was something that I did out of just pure evil. I remember 2 times I've done something where I knew it, where I actually went and did something that wasn't appropriate or right. And, one of them was, I used to run around my friends. We used to go around, just knock out random people, just knock them out. Whoever knocked them out first got the stripes and all this. It was a game that everybody played during my age and my time that was really big, for people to kind of prove themselves at a certain age. And then another time was when I ended up robbing this Mexican guy who was selling ice creams. To this day, I can hear the cry from this man. And I'm sharing this because these moments would kind of thump you and mold you into want to make righteous and better decisions, and kind of get you trying to look towards the spiritual side of what grandma put into you, and so on and so forth. And so I remember this man, and he crying out to God. To this day, I could hear it was like a mourning cry. Why? And he was even saying it in Spanish. So at that moment, I said, you know what, man, this ain't right. I want to try to do something better with my decisions I'm making. So I started, seeking towards more spiritual side again. So I started reading the Bible, and trying to get into the, the spiritual side of what grandma was kind of delivering to me. Already being during my era, I was with the Public Enemy #1, and I'm black and I'm proud, and all this stuff was going through my era. So I had this fire, even from with my dad being a Black Panther, as well, that kept fueling me into this righteous, liberated thing about my people and this righteous liberation about God, all entangled in one during this transition moment. So during this walk, I was a 5% Nation of Islam. I started dealing with that. From the Christianity side, I dabbed with that because of the Black, coalition type of ideology. Because during my time here in the West Coast, the East Coast had a strong influence on the West Coast, as far as for hip hop. So I was a hip hop b-boy, pop locker, and so on and so forth. We had the hottest crews around, an R&B group, and all this and that. And so we would go around and do all these battles, which inspired this 5% ideology within me. And then I learned that the 5%ers wasn't the real Muslims. So I started getting into the real Muslims, and bowing down 175 times a day and all this kind of stuff, transitioning when we met this one Muslim guy and showed us that, and he revealed to us that we wasn't doing the things by the real Muslim, quote unquote, ideology. So with that happening, I strayed away from the Muslim and got back into the Christian again. Now, the transition from that wasn't too far fetched off, but they had so much similitude. So I had a hard time really accepting the idea of religion during this period. So after that, I end up having a spiritual moment during a time with some friends of mine. And this spiritual moment was a huge eye opener for me, during this transition moment. I was about 16 and a half years old, and I met my first wife I married, who was Jehovah's Witness. And so I was reading the Jehovah's Witness Bible, and she was introducing it, to me, and so on and so forth. And so I was getting really in detail. It was a lot more clarity I got from Jehovah's Witnesses teachings in their book than the Christianity. I can say that they had a lot more clear and more direct, trying to give more glory to God than to the ideology of the man on the cross. So they were able to make a distinction, between, that the Father is separated from the Son. So I really dig what they had going on. And so during that spiritual awakening, I went on a walk, from that moment till I was about 18 years old, to where I wouldn't even step on an ant on the ground. I would read every red word in the Bible. I read the Bible front and back, trust me, in and out, studying every bit of it. But what it reduced me down to was to get to the red writings of the book. And I separated everything, all the rest. So this spiritual moment for me was a great transition of understanding that I was starting to get. I felt from a higher being calling and pulling me through my walk. And every word that the red told me to do, I just did and listened and got up and did it. It told me to get up and walk with me. I did it. I got up. I took my sword and take your ride with you. I did all these things. And on this journey, one day, I went out and I ministered to everyone who came to me and asked me questions about this book. I wouldn't speak. I wouldn't say nothing. I wouldn't preach it. But I would allow them to ask me, or to allow them to question me in some kind of way, which gave me I felt the open door to speak on behalf of the things pertaining to God. I didn't know at this moment how much God really was working me into where I'm at now, But, now that I look back, it's like, wow, the Father really was bringing me and winging me from out of this darkness and was trying to get me to where I need to be at. And so with that being said, on that day, it was a huge, beautiful thing going out and doing what I did. Everything that was being asked by these people, it seemed like as soon as I opened the book up, I was right there where I needed to be at to share this message that I was trying to deliver. So I'm just giving you guys this detail. And in transparency, they were telling me that they can see the fire in my eyes and they truly know God is moving me and doing these things I was doing. So it wasn't until I was about 19 years old that I had this premonition come over me relative to the book, and I had read Revelations, even though I always had read Revelations, but this very day I was directed to Revelations to really take a stronghold into understanding about the preacher, the one who is actually speaking on behalf of God, the one that's actually teaching on behalf of God. And it was woe for the preachers, and I had a meltdown till I could feel the tears now want to come out my eyes, that I didn't want to be wrong to God. I didn't want to do wrong in a sense and be out of order with God and get the punishment of these teachers. It set on me so strong. So with that happening to me, I put down the Bible. I decided, I begged to God, please, if I'm doing something wrong, please forgive me. I don't want to be a teacher. I don't want to disobey you, Father. I don't want to disappoint you. So when the time is right, please lift this burden off of me because I feel moved to be this preacher, this pastor, and it's just something not right with this from me reading the scripture. So that led me away from that. Now, I stayed away from that till I got into my 20s, to my 21 years old. And I ended up leaving my wife that I was with and the Jehovah's Witness organization and so on and so forth, right? Because during that time, we transitioned away from that. Something happened with them that really opened my eyes too. So I would go tend to Kingdom Hall and do these things because she would try to get me to do this constantly, right? She, you got to go, your mom. So I would just go, but my heart wasn't really in it, and I really wasn't, really desiring to have to go. I was just trying to please my wife's family, just by showing up and going. This is like part of their little thing. So I would go and attend. And so during my transition at this period, this is one of the things why we end up breaking up too. But they had one of the elders there, Brother Cleveland, in the Rialto congregation. I grew to question them about how did they find this name Jehovah? How did you get the name Jehovah in this book and give it to the people? And they told me about these two guys with the beard. They showed me the picture of them with these black hats and this black on, and these people supposed to help with the tower of this place called in New York called I forget think of it. It's like Babylon or something like that. Bellflower, something like that. They got some special name for this watchtower main headquarters for Jehovah's Witness in New York.
Or something like that.
Bethlehem. That's what it's called, Bethlehem. And so relative to that, I'm asking him like, well, I have a question. And I feel that, I needed an answer for it. And so on my way to the Kingdom Hall one day, I got in the car with the mother of my ex-wife and Brother Cleveland, and they wanted to have this conference with me. And I explained to him, I said, well, how do you get the name Jehovah? He explained to me how the vowels were missing from the Y, the H, and the WH, that was in the Hebrew writings. And I said, well, if there was no vowels missing, how did the vowels get put in there? And he told me about how these dudes were inspired to do so and how it made out to say Jehovah. So I heard all the bull crap, right? How they twisted that in and try to make it seem like it was okay. I said, well, Brother Cleveland, if the letters of the vowels were not in the Y, the H, and WH, don't you think God left them out for a reason? He couldn't answer me. I said, well, I need to get an answer for that. And so then the other part was, then I was told, I said, the other thing I had told the grandmother why she made this special meeting was that I felt a special calling on me that I was part of this 144,000, the saints, and I wanted to be part of the group that they had, the Jehovah's Witness organization. They had a very special group that they called the saints and so on and so forth, the faithful witnesses, the faithful discreet slaves, and I told him I'm one of them. And he says, well, how do you know you're one of them? I said, I don't know. I just know I'm one of them. I had a special anointment came over me, and I just know that I'm supposed to be part of this. Not knowing, right, that I was projecting till now relative to where I was at then. Well, he says, well, that can't be possible. I said, well, how is it can't be possible? He says, because you haven't done this, you ain't done that, you haven't been going out door to door, you haven't done. I said, well, that's nonsense. I said, I don't think that it takes me to do all that for God to choose me to be part of what's supposed to be part of God. And so from there, I said, you know what, never mind. I'll tell you what, I'm done with the whole Kingdom Hall thing. I'm not going to be attending anymore. I refuse to come. On these 2 points alone was enough for me to walk away from you guys. And I appreciate you guys and give you guys love on your journeys, on whatever you're doing. So after that, it caused a lot of controversy in the home with me and my ex. So we ended up leading to the point to where things wasn't working out, at all. She was becoming more controlling, more demanding, and more wanting to influence me into this ideology of hers and her family's religion belief. And I decided I wasn't going to do this anymore. After she broke all the windows out of my 78 Buick Regal and really lost her mind, I done away with her. So I just, skipping through this. And so that's one moment there was a transition in the eye opener for me. So where I was just like, you know what, this religious stuff is just not right. So I strayed away from this religious stuff, right? And for a while, and I kind of went in between the world and spirituality in myself. And I always still had the teachings of the Jehovah's Witnesses because they were more profound in the Christianity structure than the Christians that I was used to growing up with or acknowledge. I can say that much. They have a lot of great critiqueness that they have done, and they give a lot more power towards God. But at the end of the day, they still have a lot of yeast in their bread, especially at what I know now. So I can see why I was being pulled away from that. So those spiritual journeys and walks kind of what gave me my spiritual, glow and desire to want to serve God and learn more about God and so on and so forth. So I went through my second marriage. She turned out to be a Jehovah's Witness, just not dedicated like the one before. So we resonated very well and so on and so forth. And I went through that transitioning moment to where I had two life and death experience, and more than one, but the three that actually was very important to me. I was shot at in Rialto by some dudes from Hoover for no reason. And as they were shooting at me, the bullets were just flying by my head. I can hear them as I'm running. The Cadillac was driving right with me like this. And my other friend, Ray Dog, was running right along with me. Okay, but we had a huge fence we couldn't get over. We had to keep running straight. So the car is going with us like this. You had one over the hood of the car shooting and one out the window shooting at us. And not one bullet touched me or Raymond. Okay? And we trucking. I could hear him zing, zing, tink, tink, tink. Here, I could hear the bullets and feel the heat flying by me. So that was one incident. Another incident happened to me when I was in San Bernardino also. I was in Rialto, California. I was San Bernardino, California. I was at 14th Street. I was with my brother, over to visit my brother. And some guys didn't like what my brother and them was doing in their neighborhood. So they staged this kind of argument so they can shoot at my brother and shoot at us to scare us off of the neighborhood. And they were about a good 11 to 12 feet away. Maybe a little bit further than the 12 feet, just a little bit, but to where they were right there. And I could see the sparks, I could see the fire, and I could hear the bullets hissing by my head and hitting at my feet and dirt flying all up. And my brother ran and dived into the house. I'm trying to see where the firing coming from and who's shooting at me. The whole time I'm standing there, I'm trying to see who this is, who busting at me. So I didn't jump and run because I stood where I was at. I think that was my moment to be able to not get hit by not one bullet. Then my brother kept screaming at me, "Get in here and get down, nigga. They busting." So I jumped in the house and laid down. So those are two major incidents during this period within this marriage. And then the last final one was when I got bacterial spinal meningitis. Okay. I had got bacterial spinal meningitis in this marriage with this individual. And I remember waking up out of my sleep. I was sick really bad. And I didn't want to sleep in the bed, or now I was sleeping on my couch and stuff. And didn't want to be, I wanted to be downstairs close to get to the hospital because I just felt death, man. I just felt like it was going to be over for me no matter what. I didn't know what was wrong with me. I couldn't figure it out. You know what I'm saying? I couldn't hardly see, none of this stuff. And I stopped breathing in my sleep. And I woke up trying to get my breath, and I couldn't. And I finally got it. And so I start waking her up with my feet, kicking her and everything, telling her, "Tanisha, please take me to the hospital. Take me to the hospital." I stopped breathing. Wake up. She's like, "No, I'm afraid Doc can take you in the morning." Blah, blah. I said, "No, you have to take me now. I'm going to die." So she said, "Are you serious?" So she jumped up, got me, took me to the hospital. We got to the hospital. I'm sitting there. I mean, they had me waiting for over an hour, already describing my symptoms to them and so on and so forth. Finally, a nurse came out because I kept passing out in the chair and I kept waking up. And I went over to this nurse I saw and made myself to her. I said, "Please, I'm having chronic chest pains. I can breathe. I've been in and out. I had stopped breathing. I can barely see," and so on and so forth. She said, "What?" And she took her little flashlight, did this to my eyes. She says, come with me. And she took me to the back and set me down, and they admitted me in immediately, rushed me upstairs. When they rushed me upstairs, they did a blood type work on me. When they did a blood type work on me, they took me and rushed me into this isolation room and quarantined the whole entire floor that was in the hospital where I was at. Okay? And they did a procedure on me. What they do is called a spinal tap. And it's this long, huge needle that they put into your spine and draw all this fluid. Well, when the doctors did this, they made me ball in the ball, and I had to hold my knees to my chest. They put the needle into my spine, this huge needle. It was, oh my God, it was horrible. And they flew out this fluid. The fluid started coming out filling up all these canisters. They kept getting more canisters, bring more canisters. I mean, filling these canisters up. They were I say frantic in the moment. And the doctors were telling them, oh my God, this is not normal. This is not normal. So they took all the stuff and this and that, and they took me, put me back in isolation, and they put me on an ice blanket, and they ended up coming in and telling me what was wrong. Now when they come in, they were all suited and booted and everything else, right? Like E.T., right? So now my vision really has gotten real blurry. Like I'm really starting, I can't see at all. And so with that being said, they came in and told me that I had bacterial spinal meningitis in the worst shape form of fashion. And they have never, ever, ever, ever seen anyone come in with that much poison coming out my body and the levels that I am with a fever of 108, ever be able to walk and even be able to talk still. And he said they pulled enough poison out my spine to kill an elephant. So this was another fatal moment of my life where it was a life and death situation where I stayed in the hospital for 4 months with a pick line through my arm. They gave me IV. I slept on an ice blanket because my fever would not reduce. It would lowest it would get is 106 and shoot right back to 108. So I remember my family coming to visit me, and I'm laying there. I could barely see anybody, and I hear them crying and all this stuff because the doctor's telling them that, you know, that this is going to happen, that I might not recover from this, and blah, blah, blase, and all this stuff. So I remember this moment, you know, through my healing, through my pick line moment. And I told them, I said, I'm not going nowhere. I don't know what y'all crying for, but God has not resonated with me that I'm about to die. I'm going to be okay, so stop crying. Boom, sure enough, I came out of that 4 months, released on Thanksgiving, time for Thanksgiving to go home with a pick line, cook Thanksgiving dinner. They quarantined my whole family, by the way, put them all on this quarantine antibiotics and so on and so forth. So that was my transition there. So me and this woman ended up divorcing because she was unfaithful. So that took me on another spiritual journey, right? And, you know, after I left this woman, I was for a whole year that I refused to date anyone. I started getting back into my spirituality again. I started reading the book again, and it got back to going back to the Bible and trying to transition into this higher understanding. And during that moment, you know, I wasn't doing no preaching or this and that. I was just doing it to heal because it was very traumatizing what I experienced going through with her. Very heartbreaking, you know. You know, you realize you love a woman more than God, you know, so on and so forth. So I ended up meeting the woman I'm with, well, not with now, but, you know, separated from for 5 years now, and was 20 years with that relationship, and had the same traumatic incident. So during this period of COVID, I ended up going through a spiritual transformation. She was cheating on me, my new girlfriend. She was cheating on me. Which put me into a depressional state and a lot of emotional things I was going through. I lost my father, my mentor, my grandmother, and 2 of my uncles during this period of COVID. So during that period, it was very traumatic for me. And so I was reaching out on levels of spirituality during this walk, where I met a group of star seeds, which was a bunch of, you know, brothers and sisters who had these oracle gifts and so on and so forth. And so I became complacent with them, and in the understanding that all the healing practices and all the meditational practices and all of the vortexes and all of the places I visited with them, meditating in mountains and waterfalls and treetops and all this spiritual conscious awareness awakening up. You see, I was going through it to where I got initiated as a spiritual shaman. So during that walk as a spiritual shaman, I was doing plenty of other works and that I felt was for the higher self and for you know, for the world and the vibrations of the world and so on and so forth. Was until I was invited to go on another spiritual retreat and I could not make it there. This is when I actually met YahJew. And I ended up calling up Zoe. She was one of the spiritual leaders of the group. Very, very powerful sister. Beautiful in soul. They were all vegan, by the way, too. I was the only one that wasn't vegan. I was eating white meat only. I wasn't able to make the transition yet till I met YahJew. So during that moment, she told me, she said, Fred, I told her, I'm not going to make it, so. You know, I'm sorry. Tell everybody I'm sorry. I'm not going to be able to make it to this retreat. This is a very special one. This is a time for me to have to be able to unlock these Akashic records, and all this was like predestined in all of my psychic readings, all this stuff that I was going through, right? That this destiny, you're the lion is with you, you're one with the lion, you're this warrior, you're this high priest, all these different paintings I have from all these psychics giving me all these oracle, visions of what's actually going on. It wasn't until I met YahJew to where all these things became crispy clear. And when she told me, Fred, you're at the right moment, at the right place, at the right time. As a shaman, as a high priest, as a prophet, you're where you are exactly supposed to be. When she told me, it clicked, bing. I said, oh my goodness. Okay, all right. And I was in Birmingham, Alabama at this time. And my sons called me up a few weeks, about 3 weeks, roughly, maybe 4 weeks after this happened, and told me to open up a TikTok, my sons, and a YouTube. And they said, you can make money on social media, Dad, these things, this and that. We're going to be doing this and blah, blah, blah. We're going to be, your other son, Armani, he's doing great on there. And so on. So I said, what? TikTok? I mean, because I was always against all the social media crap. Okay. I was one of them type of fathers. Yeah, that stuff is the devil's tube, right? Fake news. But I said, you know what? Let me check it in there, see what my kids is doing, right? I looked at all this stuff and I got me a YouTube account and this and that. I was familiar with the AOL to the Facebook, idea. And so I opened me up a TikTok. And as I was scrolling through TikTok after I opened it up, I come across the Queen. And she was speaking on things pertaining to Ethiopia and so on and so forth, which was so profound and enlightening me just because of the information and all the books and the knowledge and wisdom along my spiritual journey that was gravitating in my intelligence, just like, just truth. You just know when you hear stuff, it just grabs you like, whoa. I said, man, this is the powerful. So I scrolled down, scrolling down because I knew she had to have a king with her to be in the balance that she is, just because of my spirituality. I'm with the masculine and feminine energy. I understood these things as a shaman. So I knew that it had to be a balance for her to be so prophetic and so profound in the way that she was speaking and so on and so forth. And so I'm scrolling down and I saw them together. And I went on and clicked on a video with them together. And when I heard the brother speak, I broke down in tears. I automatically resonated with this brother. And there was everything that popped in my mind was like, this dude is an anointed one. This is somebody I'm supposed to be finding. This is who they've been telling me about. All these things that the psychics were telling me, and all this stuff that was going on was just happening all in that moment while I was tearing up, And I'm like, oh my God, this, no, wait, this can't be true. I'm like, no way, right? So it took 3 days of going through this and going through the lives and listen to the videos and so on and so forth that was driving me crazy to accept what is actually happening. Like, this man is Christ. He is the Messiah. This is him. This is Christ on earth. Now, I still had the yeast in the bread. I still was between the breaking of the waters. So I still had the idea of Christ coming back in the last days as a flesh and blood man, but not knowing the order like I know now. So I'm sitting here still wrestling, but I know that this is him. And I'm like, man, this is Christ. This is him. I know for a fact this is him. So I'm all in the lives. Now, they'll tell you about this story if y'all ever talk to them. And they thought I was spam. They said they thought I was trolling. I was so much in the comments all the time, and I have a hard time seeing because of, because of the spinal meningitis, plus me getting older. It messing with my vision. So y'all see me mess up on spelling a lot. I know y'all do. So I can hardly see, but I'm going off of this, and I'm telling him, I gotta see you, man. I gotta meet you. I know who you are. I'm supposed to be with you, all this stuff. And he was he was ignoring all that stuff at first. So finally I reached out. How'd that happen? I think it was Danny. I think I got a hold to after hearing Danny, and reached out to him and tell him I wanted to get a hold of him. I heard you guys, you Step, brother Zamir and YahJew Fire, Pua, sister Gappy. Who else at that time? It was somebody else. Right off the back, y'all that and brother Danny, y'all the ones I actually, that I was tuning in a lot to during the lives in what y'all was doing and so on and so forth. But anyhow, so Brother Danny helped me make the transition, the connection with the Messiah, and finally he connected with me. And when he connected with me, we had a FaceTime. When we had this FaceTime, he's telling me, he's like, man, brother, I thought you was trolling or something. I didn't really realize. I said, man, I know who you are. You know, I'm supposed to be with you. I'm supposed to be by your side and never leave your side. And I gave him this rendition of these. He's like, oh, that's what's up, brother, man. And this and that. I said, man, I got to see you. I want to meet you. Blah, blah, blase, blase. So we having this whole conversation that's going on and this and that. So they made arrangements to, you know, to come to my house and this and that. But during this moment, you know, as a shaman, when you're activating these spiritual gifts and so on and so forth, right? The way that you do it is you have to look up towards towards your third eye here and close your eyes and look up towards your third eye during meditation. And you're able to use your left hand, which is your reading hand, right? To be able to see visions and things like that and really tap in to your pineal gland or your third eye or whatever they want to call it, right? For these visions to actually become clarity. So I closed my eyes and I just waved it across the camera like that and waved it back across. And I saw him sitting there with this Merkaba Metatron cube rotating on the top of his head right here where his hair is missing from, right there. And it had geometric symbolisms in gold array gold, and it was rotating in geometrical shapes, and there was a white and gold array beams of light going straight up from this brother. Now, this is my spiritual awakening, right? So people say they have visions and dreams. My vision, I actually saw the Metatron cube floating over YahJew's head right here rotating. And I didn't know what it was yet until I actually looked it up. It was only one time it was introduced to me because one of my brothers, who was part of the spiritual retreat that I was in, had this thing on his back that had all these circles, and then it had like these geometric symbols, and it was a cube, and he told me about it. And I really just brushed it off. But it resonated with me at this moment, what I actually saw. And I said, wait a minute, what is this? What is this shape? So after I got off the live with him, I looked it up and found out that this geometrical shape is actually given to the archangel. That this cube is the direct divine connection and source to God, to the main source. And only the archangel, only the one has that direct connection to God. So I was able to see this. Now, I already claimed him as Christ. But with this other awakening, clarified for me again. So when they came to visit me, and we, you know, him, Sister Gappy and Brother Danny, they all came to my house, took me, went to a vegan restaurant and all that. He came out and visited me. And I told him. And one of the funniest things, I got to share this because my driveway is sloped like this, right? It's sloped like this. So when he got out the car in my driveway, I'm looking up and I said, man, you were tall. And, you know, YahJew was like, nah, brother, man, I'm standing on the hill. I thought that was like a very eye-opening, like reality-breaking moment for me that I laughed about. He's like, nah, brother, man, I'm just standing on the hill. So I said, oh, okay, oh, yeah, man, you right, man, but you still tall. That was very funny, y'all. I'm just telling you. It was like a moment of just by how you know YahJew now. It's like a breaking moment of reality, you know. So I just wanted to share that little humorous moment. So with that being said, we took a visit to later on, another visit to go out to go see AI. And we went to Dallas and so on and so forth. So during that moment, this will be the last little piece I want to throw in there. During that moment, I had to go to the King and Queen's house. Remember, that's where I met you at, Stamps, and so on and so forth. And I came with my little staff, you know, that I keep and have all my little crystals and stuff on my little staff and everything else, right? My spiritual shaman walk, you know, all that stuff. And I brought it, and I'm like, dang, why did I bring this? But it just resonated me to bring it. So I just brought it, and I set it in the corner of the room and so on and so forth. And as I was coming out the following day to go from Danny's room to over there, because you came and took over the room, and I stayed back there with Danny in his room. He had a huge den that was his room and converted to a room. It was really nice. I went back over there. I stayed over there. But I got up to go in the room to go get my staff, and I came across YahJew going into the room, and he didn't have his turban or nothing on his head. And right here, he was missing hair, and he had a scar, a little circle scar right there on top of his head, right there. And I said, wait a minute. I said, man, I said, listen, brother, on your videos, I saw you with dreads, blah, blah, blah. I said, but I don't think I'm crazy. You know, although I wasn't gonna say this to you, but when you were on the video call with me, I closed your eyes. I had these spiritual gifts. I know I do. This is confirmed, right? I closed my eyes and I waved my hand across. And I saw this Metatron cube. I saw this Metatron cube rotating on your head right there where that scar is and where you're missing your hair at. And he said, for reals? I said, yeah, man. He says, oh, he's like, man, brother, man. He said, okay, that's what's up. That's what's up. I said, man, don't think I'm crazy enough, man. I know, but this is a spiritual thing that happened to me, a confirmation that I just wanted to share with you right now, because it, you know, and it brought me teary-eyed. Like just seeing that made another connection with all the other confirmations of me fully being awakened, you know, to where I'm at this point now. So I'm gonna leave it there, and then we can move forward with questions. I just want to get that breakthrough because everybody's spiritual connection was different in every which way in this and that. I wanted to give a good understanding to my transitioning as these breadcrumbs are merging you from out of the waters. When did you actually come in to meet the Son of Man, and how all these different dreams and things have a connection to the actual reality of what the Spirit of truth is trying to reveal to you when you meet the Son. You see? So
I just have I'm gonna ask one question. I'm gonna pass it to Celia. I know you said you was previously with a spiritual group before you came into this understanding. You know, how did you know that group take what you brought back to them? You know.
Well, you know what's funny? They were telling me about this. They were telling me. So it's like they were healing me to prepare me for this. So I don't know how to explain it. So they were telling me that I'm going to be walking with Christ. You're one with Christ. You're a lion. You're a protector. You're from Lyra and part of Pleiades and all these. And Minnetonka was your planet that you came from, and all these different things were all spiritual things. People don't realize the breadcrumbs of truth, how it really works. These things are when people are thinking that they're in these levels of consciousness and they're in these different realms of consciousness. This is the Spirit drawing you to the voice. So you're at different levels of hell coming out of the waters. You see, this is the understanding I have and seeing consciously how I'm being lifted up in the mind. Because remember, heaven and hell is a mind state. So you're being lifted up consciously in the conscious level of give me 1 second. So you're being lifted up in the levels of consciousness, pulling you to a higher thought, to the set apart thought and wisdom. When you're receiving the Spirit of truth, it gives you the full, crispy, clear understanding and lifts the veils from your eyes. So a lot of people don't know when they're spiritually blind what's actually taking place. That's not just your eyes that are opening, but it's your third eyes of your consciousness that's opening up. So, you know, so with that being said, they were like preparing me for this. This is what I got out of being with them to where I'm transitioned to now.
Okay, that's what's up, bro. That's what's up. Talia.
Yeah, brother. I think you answered all of our questions. You know, real thorough about everything that you've been through leading up to meeting the Son of Man, YahJew. So yeah. We much appreciate your testimony, and I don't think we have any more questions. So yeah, just big salute to you, brother. And we appreciate you.
Peace and blessings to you.
All right, brother. Peace. Appreciate you.
All praises to the Most High and YahJew to Christ.
For sure. All praises. All right, next up we got Jadian. I think I'm pronouncing your name right. If I'm not, correct me if I'm wrong. What's going on, my brother? Next, I think Joshua, you came up last week. I ain't mean to send you an invite. That's my fault. You can chill up if you want to though. THU got next. But Jadian, what's going on, my brother? Peace.
Peace and blessings, family. One love. Big love, you know? Yeah, so what is it starting? Is it starting with a question?
Yeah, you can just start off by, introducing yourself. What's your name, your age, and where you from, if you don't mind.
Okay, so I'm Jaden Sukra. I'm originally born and grown in Jamaica, and now I'm living in London, UK. So I'm 27. Yeah.
Okay, that's what's up, brother. That's what's up. And how long have you known about YahJew?
So I came across YahJew last year, February. So it's just over a year now, I would say. How I came across YahJew is funny though, because I was like on TikTok here, and like I can give you like a little build up leading up to it, because since coming across him, I've had like lots of confirmation to let me know like these are the reason why these type of things was happening to you.
Okay, so
Such
that's
as in 2022, because normally like I'm a guy that really just keep myself to myself because of my upbringing. My upbringing was like real rough. You understand? Like I'm from a community where grown people would take the piss out of you. Like they would call you names, they would tease you, make up stories about you that ain't true. And they don't have no remorse to how you as a child is feeling about these things they're saying about you. So you can say I'm like that person who is really broken, like deep inside, like, but I'm always putting on that smile on my face, you know? I never let it get to me that much. Though it get to me, you don't understand what I mean. At the end of the day, a man got to be a man, right? So though the problems are there, you got to overcome them. You can't let them keep you down. You have to rise above it, right? And as a very young age, I had to be teaching myself these lessons in order to survive, because people's always picking on me, whether it be at school, whether it be at home, whether wherever I'm at. It's like I could have never done anything right for them, but I'm always trying to do the right thing in how I feel inside. The things I'm doing is me trying to be my best self. But every time I try, it's like I'm being knocked back down. And at the age of 9, I was told I had to get baptized. There was this lady that she just came to Jamaica. She came from the UK here, I think, to Jamaica. Apparently, she had a vision from God to open a church in our community. And apparently, one day I was in church, in her church, and I was called to the front that God is calling me, right? And I needed to get baptized. When I tell it to my mom, because I never wanted to do it, but my uncle thought I I should do it, right? Because my uncle go to church pretty much every Sunday. He plays the drum in church. I ain't gonna lie, I used to just love sitting there, watch him play the drum because he's very good at it. You know what I mean? And my uncle still is a big role model in my life. He is, even though a lot of the harsh upbringing that I went through also came from him. But I never hold it against him, because when I look at it, my uncle is my uncle. He's not my dad, he's not my mom. But yet he's the one there teaching me how to wash my clothes, teaching me how to cook, you know? He's having to work 7 days of the week. Some of the times he's so tired, he couldn't even take his concrete clothes off before dropping the bed to get some rest. My eyes was open to these things from a very young age. And I've always told myself I wanted to be the man in the house. I used to make wishes up on shooting stars. I used to, like, I'm telling you all of this, but I'm still not telling you everything, because through all of that, I have sickle cell, right? And I'm always in and out of hospital. And these are some of the things that people would tease me about my own disability. Oh, you sick child. I used to have ringworms all over my body. They used to tease me because of it. No one would want to come around me. No one would want to play with me, type of shit. So I went through a lot. And at the age 9, I went through something even worse, where some girl told some lie on me because we were playing hide and seek going home, right? Boys against girl. I remember the story loud and clear. Yeah. I remember the story. We were playing hide and seek, boys against girl. And the girls hide first. We all find them on the road, wherever they hide, in some little bush, some little corner, street, whatever. We'll find them, right? Now it's the boys' turn to hide, and we all run, and all of us, there's probably like 6 to 7 of us, run on. There was this church at the time, because we were young, the walls looked tall, right? So we run down the steps, and some of us hide on this side, some of us hide on the other side. But because we're young and not those age, the type of things that we're hearing as kids, the conversations that we shouldn't be having, we start having these conversations about which girl is our girlfriend, and you know, we're having this type of stuff. And then this boy named Okito Lewis, we always competing because I think I'm a top gallist, he think he's a top gallist. So I say I have one of the prettiest girl in the class, he say he has one of the prettiest girl in the class, type of thing. But the twist was, he said the girl that he wanted to be with was the one that I said I am with. So now I twisted back and said the same thing about the girl that he said he is with, right? And what happened from there was he got upset and ran out. So the girls didn't end up finding us. He ran out to give up our position to go and tell the girl that I said I wanted to rape her. But that's not what I said. I just said I wanted her to jump over the wall and sit on me. That's all I said. I remember exactly what I said. That's all I said. I never said I wanted to rape her. I said I wanted her to do it. You understand? So that's me as a child saying, making up something. What am I gonna say to hurt him back, because he using the girl that I like and he knows I like her? So why is he talking about my girl, type of thing? So it's just a little kids conversation, a kid conversation that turned into something where I'm now in the back of a police car, taken to my uncle. My uncle asked me if I can spell the word rape. These times, my brain, I couldn't pick up on nothing. Nothing wasn't resonating with me, because all I cared about was my mom. I wanted my mom to come back home. I used to run off the airplanes crying. I used to sit on the rooftop crying for my mom all the time. Is for some reason, because I don't know if what the age that she left, because I was 2 when my mom left Jamaica, and my older brother was 5. But we both got left in separate homes. He got left in our home that pretty much he's well looked after. The home I'm left in, there's 2 older girls there, and there was a boy my age named Ashari. Me and him had good bond, but we never really get much attention. We were just free to roam around and do whatever. I remember one time I was even roaming through the bush, and people run after me. I thought I was gonna die. People run after me telling me they're gonna cut my thing off. Come here, boy, because I used to walk around with no clothes on, right? But I'm gonna skip through all of that to bring it full circle to show you like why I'm mentioning these things. Because in 2022, again, my sickle cell, because since I've been in the UK, like I've been sick, but when it come on to 2022, I've never been that sick, right? I got like my collarbone hair popping up because of this illness that I had back then, right? I caught some infection, but I went in with like a pain in my right hand, right? It wasn't no infection or anything. I just had like a pain, right? When I went in, I saw like some lump coming up on my neck, and I'm trying to show it to the doctors from a spot it. And whilst I was waiting in the hospital, I never went in there with this, and it came up whilst I'm waiting there, and I'm trying to show it to them, and they're pretty much ignoring it, telling me I'm fine, until I realized whilst I was probably waiting there for like 2 to 3 hours trying to be seen, right? And then I realized the lump is getting bigger and bigger and bigger. So I show it to them again, and now they caught their attention. They start rushing me around. They put something in my ears to look down in my ears. They shove something down through my nose to go down into my throat, and looking around my heart areas and these type of things. And this type of infection, it just started growing and growing and growing. I lost control of my left side. I lost control of it. Like I can't feel my arm, I can't use it to do anything, you know? And every single doctor, like doctor after doctor coming, like very different doctors coming, every single one of them saying they never seen nothing like this before. So I'm like worried, wondering what's happening to me, you know? They say, oh, they never seen no type of sickle cell disease reaction like this before. It's the first time they've ever seen it. They said the only thing they could do, this is King's College Hospital that I was in, right? The only thing they could do is put a needle in there to exfoliate it, or whatever the word is that they use, to take the fluid out to test it to see what's going on, right? So I'm there thinking, no, what does this mean for me, and what's gonna happen? Because these doctors are telling me if they can't figure out what this is and to how tough the thing is, they couldn't even get a needle in it. One time I went to the x-ray thing, or whatever that department was called. One time I went there for them to take the thing out, the needle couldn't poke it. So they tell me they can't do nothing about it. So that day I was waiting, there was like these two people in there. They keep telling me like God has a calling on me, you know, and I need to start praying more. I need to start going to church more, and these type of things they were saying to me. And I kept saying to them, yeah, I know, because even my grandmother, she's a pastor. My mom, she's very holy. She's always praying. She's always getting type of like visions and stuff, right? If something's gonna happen to somebody, my mom can feel it, these type of energies, right? So this is the type of things I'm growing up on, right? So I'm having these type of conversations with them. So when I in the hospital now, I'm praying to God because I'm worried about this infection and the way how the doctors are reacting to this infection, right? Like they've never seen it before, and like I'm at my loss. There's no hope for me type of thing. That's the way how they conversating between each other. Or what can we do? Like, what's the next thing? Like they're clueless. So I'm telling myself I'm gonna have to take myself out of this hospital and go seek advice elsewhere. That's the type of confirmations that I keep getting, right? Well, the whole time I'm in there, I'm praying, but I'm praying to Jesus the whole time. You understand? And soon after I came out of hospital, somehow they managed to discharge me because the pain was going down a little bit, but the swelling was still there, right? So I was still worried about it. So when I came out, I started getting sick again, like the pain increasing. So I said I was gonna check a different hospital, and that's what I did. And they managed to tell me, oh, they managed to get the needle in it, the same type of thing they did. They put the needle in there and took the fluid out. They grow it for about 2 days or whatever they said. And they tell me, oh, some disease that is found on the skin, right? Some bacteria that is found on the skin. But if it gets into like a cut or something on your body, it can be deadly. So I'm thinking, what? So you want to tell me my own skin could actually just unalive me just like that? And I'm thinking, what's going on? Like, how do I recover from this then? If it's something that's on me, like how do I treat it type of thing, right? And ever since I came out of hospital from it, my mind just keep telling me like watch very different type of videos, and I've been watching like very different type of videos pertaining to food and health wise. That I come across this guy named Yakai Awaken, and the way he started talking about the food we're eating and what it does to you, and you put in unalive flesh into your body, like it doesn't bring life, that's like death you putting into your body type of thing he's saying. And he made a video about like was it an elephant or something, or a cow, I don't remember exactly, the grass, right? And the grass they eating is where they getting all of their build from. And I was thinking, yeah, that's true. So why we eating the animal to get what the animal get from the plants. And I start remembering the thing about the herbs are the healing of the nation. And I keep thinking about it and I'm saying, you know, I need to start going vegan because I'd been hearing about this vegan thing. And he was saying that we're more like frugivores, but I was thinking going straight just fruits is gonna be hard for me. I don't know if I'll be able to keep that up, right? So I was just saying, you know, I'm gonna try and cut out the meat. So I start talking to my partner at home about it. She was up for it. So we start cutting out the meat. We don't cook meat at home no more, not even chicken. We don't buy it no more at the stores or anything. And then the next thing I came across was this guy called Billy Carson, right? And Billy Carson was talking a lot about some tour he's doing in Egypt. He talks a lot about aliens and Anunnakis and these type of stuff as well, right? But he was talking about this tour he does in Egypt, where he's taking people to see a shrine of Jesus, you know, the real Jesus, he's saying. And they're not teaching people that Jesus is a black man. And I said, wait, what? Jesus is a black man? What do you mean? Because for me, the whole time, all I know is Jesus is like a white man and Passion of the Christ movie. These are the type of things I know. I never know nothing about no YahJew, right? And I'm there thinking, no, if he is taking people to see this and he's showing it in the video like shrine and talking about these pictures of him when he was younger and things like that, and this is the room he used to stay in, and I'm thinking, no, I need to go to Egypt, you know, because what's this about Jesus being a black man? I never know nothing about that. So I was lost. I was confused. And one night I went to my bed and I made a prayer. I said, no, Father, you're going to have to tell me your son's real name and show me his true face because I'm confused. I don't know if it's Jesus now or it's YahJew. And Father, I know you don't dwell in confusion. You know? I know you don't dwell in confusion. And I'm confused and I don't want to be led down the wrong path. You know? And I am saying this now because, like I said, when I was in hospital and going through all of what I was going through, I was pretty much being pushed closer towards God, right? However, at the time, I thought going closer towards God was Jesus. So I started implementing it in my home even more, telling my family to let us pray around the table, holding hands, doing all this type of stuff. That's what was going on with me. Until I now come across this YahJew thing. So now I put pause and praying around food and all these type of things because I'm confused. I'm confused. The whole time I'm in hospital praying to Jesus, now I have YahJew. Who's the real one? Who do I pray to? Who do I tell my daughter to pray to? You know, I was confused. So in February, I was on TikTok. I was just watching some random video. And my phone just skipped down. And I see Brother Danny, he was speaking, but the first thing that captivated my eyes was this big Baphomet image he had on display. I was like, what? I was getting mad because a few weeks back I'd seen a song on TikTok here as well talking about chopping babies. You know, I want to say just because it's my testimony I'm giving, this is Testimony Tuesdays. So I want to say what was making me mad, right? The song was talking about chopping babies. The image was vivid, bloody images. And I uninstalled TikTok, yeah? But because of how it was like my most growing account at the time, I kind of lost touch with Facebook at the time. I kind of lost touch with Instagram at the time. I was just really between TikTok and YouTube. I ended up downloading it back. You understand? And I said, you know what, I'm just not going to let that one song stop me from growing and trying, because at the time, a lot of what was going through my mind was finance. I quit working because I was saying, no, I can't work for our next man because I realized they're just using us as puzzle pieces. You know, okay, it's a numbers game for them. I have XYZ amount of managers and XYZ amount of crew members. And as soon as one crew members go against what I want them to do, I just fire them, hire an next one. You know what I mean? And they just can throw us to the side at any moment. Are we paying attention to it? And I said, no, I need to establish a business. So a lot of this was going through my mind. I was doing a lot of that, starting up businesses, not going through in with it. A lot of procrastination was happening. Still happening with me right now, because even recently I was talking to the family about this. This is because my teachers in my family, they don't really give that much when they come on to how to really secure your wealth, right? How to become financially stable, to have a peace of mind and a type of lifestyle, a type of freedom, right? Where it's not just feel like as if it's work, home, sleep, you know what I mean? Work again, type of lifestyle. I was getting tired of that. But when I saw that Baphomet image, yeah, I said, no, scroll back up. I scroll back up. And once I scroll back up, there was a thought in my mind saying, no, you need to hear it. Go back down there, scroll back down there. And so I did that. I scrolled back down, even though I'm still cussing inside. Like I said, what I know about Baphomet is evil, right? These are the people manipulating others. When they say you sell your soul, that's who you're selling your soul to. Those are the type of things I was being told when I was coming up, until I listened to Brother Danny. And he was talking about the peace sign he's holding up, the true peace sign, you know? And he was talking about the kids, just how peaceful they look in front of this image, just looking up at it. It's like their mind is at ease. It's like the peace they've been searching for, the love that they expect from a dad, a mom, is all in this one image. The Baphomet image that they're standing up looking at. This is the type of reaction my mind is going through when I'm hearing Brother Danny speaking. I am receiving it the way how he's explaining it. You know, I am seeing the glory in it instead of this evil image, this evil person that they all tell me that this Baphomet represented. So straight away, I started seeing the deception. I started seeing it, and I'm thinking, wait, hold up. And then I hear him mention Brother YahJew's name. Now, wait, hold up. What are you talking about? Christ being on the earth? Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean Christ is on the earth in our time? No, I was confused again. So now I'm hearing about it was Jesus, there's Yeshua, now it's YahJew Judah. I'm thinking, wait, they tell me something about the Antichrist coming, you know? So my very first video about YahJew Judah was, is he the Christ or is he the Antichrist? But even in that video, I'm sure I even confirmed it at the end of that video that I believe he was the Christ, because the way how I was hearing him breaking down things, the way how he'd speak about the Bible and about David throne, about Ethiopia, you know, where they get the Bible from, the siege of Magdala, these type of things. I'm hearing all this information. I'm thinking, wait, where has all of this been? All of the time I was going to church, all of the time I see my mom going to church, I see my grandmother getting into spirits and all these type of stuff, confusing me, speaking in different tongues that I don't understand. You know, even in the churches, that a lot of that used to confuse me. People just shaking and falling over when pastor touched them, but pastor touched me and nothing happened. I used to think, am I cursed? Why everyone can speak in tongue and I can't? I got baptized too. I used to think, I'm holding up the commandments. I'm trying to stay away from trouble. Like they said, I was a troubled child. I'm always getting into trouble, and this is one of the reasons why they advised me to get baptized. So what's going on with me? Why I can't speak in tongues?
Why I can't heal people like they're saying? You know, why I can't provide for my family like I truly want to do? These type of things was confusing me. And on top of that, I'm going to churches, I'm seeing people pulling out wigs and fighting over pastors. So I know religion wasn't the way. I stopped myself from going to church long time. Even before the confusion started creeping about Jesus or Yeshua. I stopped myself from going to church, but I was still praying. And I had been praying as regular until 2022. Like I said, the type of sickness that I went through, you know, and whilst I was getting better, I would try to go back into work. I get sick again, you know? So it's like God, since I have gotten the confirmation since that God sat me down, he literally sat me down saying, Jaden, you need to take a break and self-search. Go deep within and find out what's the truth. What's the truth? The truth is the devil deceived the world. We all been lied to. And now I can see clearly because I've come across one brother, YahJew Judah. And I can see him uniting the world like he say Christ is going to unite the four corners. Now I know a brother named Stamps. I know a sister named Talia. The brother that brought me in is brother Danny, a powerful speaker when I listen to him. This is what I do ever since I come across YahJew Judah. I am not that person anymore that getting up stressing about creating a business online. However, in my heart, this is still something I want. I want to own a business because from young, like I said, I've always been visioning it to be the man for my family, because from young, I've been paying attention to how my uncle, how much days a week he's working and coming home, and we're still going through it. He see us need a new pair of shoes and he'd be like, boy, I mean, even have, you know what I mean? But this man is working so much. How you mean he don't have it? You know what I mean? But truthfully, he don't have it because why? The system oppressing us, draining our energy, got us working for pennies, whilst they're reeking millions, billions, and sit back in the offices, laugh at us. These things start coming clear to my eyes, and I started telling my family, like, look, the way I see we have to make it out of this is we all have to unite as one and start up our own little business, you know, so we can own something too, because working for somebody, you ain't gonna get nowhere. This is something I started pushing on my family, and they're all saying, yeah, the type of business I'm doing is not for me. So you go find an office job, they would tell me, even deflect me from the one that I'm trying to do. They tell me go try to find a reception job because of the back pain that I've been struggling with. That's a part of one of the reasons why I quit working. A young man, 27, and the type of back pains I get up with on a daily basis, it ain't normal. But I've always been sickly, you know? But I'm not that man that's gonna allow my back pain to keep me down. The whole time I'm ill and struggling with these things, I'm there trying to figure out a next way how to make it out of the struggle. How can I do it for me and my family, the ones that I love? How can I bring them with me? Because I don't want to get rich, you know? And when I look around, the ones that I love, the ones that I grew up with, they're no longer in the picture. I change for the money. I forget the ones that grew me. No, I'm not that person. So I'd rather throw that business idea away and say, what else can I do? Just because my family is saying it these ways. You know, this one is not for me, that one is not for me. So I'm saying, all right, I'm going to park that one. Let's see, what else can I do? This is how I've always been. Always searching for something. Always trying to advise the ones around me. But no one have been seeing my visions. No one. I've never felt at home until I met these people who I'm up on this panel with. The other day I'm talking to Brother Danny, Brother Troop. I think Brother Edmo was on the live as well, and a few other people was on the live. And I was sharing, like, look, a lot lately, I've been thinking, how can I contribute more to this mission? How can I put my 2 pence in? And a lot of the things that's been coming to me is when I go out with my family, we're still sometimes falling back and eating chicken when we're out. We don't cook it at home no more. We don't buy it. But sometimes when we go out, every single block, you see a chicken shop. You're not seeing no healthy foods. No vegan shops local to us. We have to go travel over 2 hours to find a nice vegan shop or any vegan shop. So I'm saying I want to create like a franchise where we can popularize communities such as, like, for example, I live in London. Well, in London, you have a community called Brixton, you have one Peckham, you have Streatham. These type of local communities, we need vegan shops. So this is my vision now. But I don't know how to execute it because all my life, people been knocking me back. I don't know how to ask for help from my own family that I so love getting up every single day and listen to. Brother YahJew Judah is a powerful brother. Still sometimes don't know how to approach him to bring my visions to him. It's simple because a lot of my doing is a procrastination. I have the visions, but because the ones I love, I can't bring them with my visions. I'll throw them away. I throw them away. I throw them away. And I've always been doing it. And now I'm with this mission and I'm saying to myself, no, I can't mess this up. I cannot mess this up. So somehow the other day I found that little courage to even start talking about it with the family. You know? And the way how they reacted had me tearing up. Because no one had sit there and listened to my visions and actually telling me, oh, you can go search up this EIN number, you know, got better information than that. Brother Danny said, you're already a franchise. He said, we have roots, Cajun Kitchen. You are a franchise already, he said. When you're ready, just come to us. And I'm tearing up inside.
Hey,
because
Jadion,
yeah.
can I ask you about how when you shared your plans with your family, how they, I mean, like your family back home, I mean, like how did they respond to it?
So this plan to create the vegan franchises, I haven't shared it with them because since I've been in the movement, I've been really like restricted. My family, like I don't really message them as like I used to. I don't really like call them as I used to, but that's because I know how they are. When I still like will share the lives when I'm on here with them and such, yeah. But I don't really call them and have conversation with them that much anymore like I used to. I don't go around them as much anymore like I used to, but that's because I'm still molding myself in this truth and I'm still learning how to walk the right way in this truth before I take it to them, because otherwise I know they're just going to put it in the bin. You know what I mean? So I want to walk the talk instead of be sharing it with them and talking with them, trying to get them to see it my way, because I realized a lot of that is what I was doing. I had been throwing the visions away instead of really show them, all right, you don't think it's going to work, I'm going to go and get it done regardless of you being there with me. I had been even trying that at times, but still people don't react to me even when I go in the streets and talk to other people. I used to do this company called Utility Warehouse, like a side hustle thing, and no matter who I talk to, they wouldn't see the vision in that company. And it's a well-known company. I pay my bills to them. You know what I mean? So it's not like as if I was trying to scam people, but that's how they would react to it. So I lost a lot of courage going out talking to people, especially even since 2022. I just been at home most of the time, because before I used to work like 5 days a week, 4 days a week. But since 2022, I just really been at home. So I really haven't been talking with my family that much. When I heard of the YahJew Judah, when I came across him, I did try to share it with my family. Like I started with my cousin named Jessica. I shared it with her, and the way she reacted was like she saw a hat that YahJew was wearing and saying just the sign and the hat alone make she wouldn't watch the video. And I was like, wow. You're not even going to hear 10 minutes of the video out. You're just going to see a hat and saying you wouldn't bother to watch the video, even though your cousin is encouraging you to watch the video. And the way how, like, since then, I talked to her again, shared like other videos with her, and it's the same type of reaction. I had a best friend named Romeo. I had a conversation with him on the phone. He can see it a little bit, I would say, because the very first conversation me and him was having, he was strong, he was powerful in his stance, and the Jesus story, and the more information I'm giving him about like the siege of Magdala and things like this, like more scriptures I would refer to him, things like the devil deceived the world, and if the devil deceived the world, who's our teacher, type of thing, I would say to him. And he then reflected, like, because we was on the phone, then we wasn't on the phone, then he called back on the same day. You were having this conversation, and the way he was talking when he came back on the phone is like he had a little reflection on it, but he's just not gonna say, because his standpoint is he can't call an next man his God, right? That's what he would say. I just can't see an ex, but that's a little bit of fear I see. He is afraid of throwing away what he grew upon, and then somehow it turned out that this is not the truth. That's the type of way I can see it with him, but he don't really comment much on it. When I share videos with him now, no one will reply to anything I share with them about YahJew Judah. I don't even know if they watch it, because I won't even message them and ask them anymore, because I'm the type of person I've grown to see how people are, and the type of things when you say something to them and they just not with it, they go make it seem like you're trying to create a problem where there shouldn't be a problem. You understand? But all you're trying to do is share something that you're interested in. It's something that you know to be true, and something that you can see can benefit them. But they can't see that you're trying to help them, and they will flip the situation. So I've become this person where I just restrict myself from certain scenarios, because like I said, people are always blaming me, they're always pointing the finger at me, and it takes two, right? It takes two. You have to contribute to something in what you're going to say I did, because I can't just do it to myself, right? I'm not just going to be this person getting up, hurting myself, doing a bunch of stuff to myself, and then coming and trying and saying it's you. That's not me. So if fingers are being pointed, I'm the type of person always say, look at the other side of the coin. You know what I mean? If you think this side of the coin is the problem, okay, what's on the other side of the coin? What did the other side of the coin do? It's a good and a bad. There's a left, there's a right. It's a yin and a yang, right? So it takes two. But it always starts from one. And this is part of the confirmation that I've had, that everything that's been happening in this entire world is because of the one. The missing link is what I've been calling it. I've been calling it the missing link, because when I look into it, yeah, the devil deceived the world. That was one person mindset that sparked other people's mindset around them to let's go over to Ethiopia and unalive a bunch of people, take away scrolls and artifacts, and we're going to create Bibles and we're going to dish it out across the world. But what I mean by it goes back to the one is the lies that been told, right? Everyone's been praying to Jesus, or no, I'm learning other people had been praying to Yahshua. However, everyone looking to that one savior. The only difference is the world right now is waiting for that savior to return because of the lie that the devil told us, that the devil taught us, grew us upon, embedded in us. Just like God put the truth in you, that's how the devil put the lie in you, right? So if we all got deceived by one, it has to take one to save all. You understand? So YahJew Judah has been that missing link because no one has been representing the truth on the earth. No one has been showing us what's on the other side of the coin, because we've been, say, if we are in the tails, that side has been the hell. That's what we've been living. We've been seeing it in reality. Our brothers getting unalive. Our kids are going missing. Our leaders are failing us time and time again. Our artists, the type of songs they're singing, damaging our brain cells. The things they show us on the TV. All of these things are coming full circle. It's all a lie. It's all a deception. A mind manipulation game to take you further away from the Creator. But it takes that one to stand up against such beast, such lie, such deception, and walk the truth, and talk the truth, be the truth in and out. You know what I mean? What's YahJew been doing for about 9-10 years now? Walk the truth, talk the truth, be the truth. And what you see happen is spark the minds of others around him. People like me will come up and testify. People like Talia will come up and testify. Brother YahJew Saint Stamps will come up and testify. YahJew Saint UK is who I was thinking of. Will come up and testify. You know what I mean? That's the missing link I'm talking about. No one had that example of how to walk the truth, talk the truth. No one had it. We all been going to church, praying and hoping for it. For someone to come and show us how to do it. That's why we pray. Because we're struggling, we're being oppressed, we're depressed, we're feeling some sort of void inside. That's why we pray. We don't know what the Creator will is for us. But when we see what the Creator will is for us, we can do. They say monkey see, monkey follow. Or monkey see, monkey do. So you need to see it, hear it, and then you can be it. But until we're going to forever be looking to the skies, that's what they have us doing. Now that's been so clear to me. Yo, I used to have confusion around the crucifixion, and I never used to understand it. I used to think, how could this man had came and alive for our sins? But so much sin is still in the world. So much people are being oppressed. I remember living in Jamaica, the type of things I used to see advertised on TVs, kids suffering in Africa have malnutrition, they used to say. You know, those are the type of things they advertise in front of your eyes. And one thing I remember, pardon me, one thing I remember is I always at race. So that's also a part of my confirmation that God has a chosen race. Just like God has a chosen bird, you know, in the lion kingdom, he has a chosen. Anywhere in nature you see, there's a leader. And if they call us animals, all right, where's our leader? Who's leading the way? And out of all of the different races, who is the chosen race? Because all races are being oppressed. And who is going to be the change? Well, YahJew stand up. And he's confirming what a lot of us already knew. Because the story they taught us is that what the bottom going to be top, or the last going to be first, and the first going to be last. This is something they've been telling us. But what was the understanding? Now it's clear. What race of people been at the bottom? What race of people being brutalized across all nations? Treated harshly against all nations. I see everything so clearly now. They said earth is like living in hell. And then I realized they have this thing when you're not obeying their laws, they fling you in a place where they call jail or cell. I'm thinking, damn, what? And when you truly understand that the devil is a man like me, like you, and so is God, it becomes so clear how earth is hell. Because look at the way how they treat us. The devil is the ruler of the world, right? So where is the devil? Where's this red-faced man that they show us? With his pitchfork. He's the ruler of the world. Where we never come across him. Why we never see nothing about him. It's because the devil operates through people. Now the understanding, I never had it, but since come across YahJew Judah, it is so clear. The lies and the truth. The left and the right, which side are you going to stand on? Which side are you going to grow on? You going to nourish your left side more, or you going to nourish the right side more?
And Brother Jadion, can I ask you one more question about how about encouragement? You know, because you're such a strong warrior for YahJew. Do you have encouragement for people who's, you know, maybe hesitant to use their voice? Do you have any words for them, for those people?
Yeah, for sure. For me, I would say, first, allow yourself to hear it first. First, you need that confirmation within yourself that you know what you're representing. You know, you're not just going to go out there and speak, because when you're speaking, you need to know what you're speaking of. What is it that you wish to accomplish, right? Me, I have 2 daughters. You understand? Me, I have every single one of my family that, even though the way how I grew up with them, I love them dearly. And I do not like the way how I see this world is. a part of my vision before I come across YahJew Judah has been that I want to travel the world, right? I said I want even to start using my music to unite people. I want to start, because I used to sing some type of songs and somehow I just got disconnected from music, and it's just like my whole brain was being reshuffled. So this is what you need to do, that first, that self-search and get in that confirmation that you know why you're doing this. Me, I want the world to change. I am tired of it. I am tired of it, and I know a lot of us are. And now we have something, we have someone who is standing up and representing. So that's the strength and the courage that you need, that image of how to be what you wanted to be the whole time, right? When time you keep your eye on YahJew Judah and the saints, best believe that courage inside of you will grow, that confidence will grow, that spirit is going to be coming up on you, and it's going to take you out of your comfort zone. Because best believe that's what happened with me. Best believe that's what happened with me. I never used to come up on live and speak this much. I never used to come on TikTok and want to show my face on the camera that much. I used to be that person, real camera shy. But since I've been around this movement, more and more, I can hear my old self coming back, that confident kid I was when I was growing up, before a lot of the problems start happening in my life. I always going around helping the people in my community, you know, old people with bags. I used to take their bags from them and help them to carry it home. Anyone wanted something at the shop, they could send me. I would just jump at the chance to go and do it for them. I was that kid. I love to help people, love doing things for people. And that's who I still am. That's what I still want to do. I don't want to do for me. I want to do for the ones who make me who I am, who nourish my thoughts, the ones who help me to grow, the ones when time I was so sick and needed to get rushed to the hospital. They would rush me to the hospital. They would make sure I'm okay. Like my mom, my brothers, you know, I want to do for them, not just for me. And once you have this confirmation of what you want to do it for, why you doing it, then, like I said, naturally it's going to grow. Just give yourself that time to really reflect upon why you want to go forward, why you want to see the world change. For me, I know all of the whys. My life had been hell, I'll put it, right? And I don't like that for me. I wouldn't like that for my brother. I wouldn't like that for my sister. And I'm not just talking by blood related. I'm talking by creation related. Put it that way. Because we all are one. No matter what skin color you are, we all are one. We're all created by the Creator, right? We are just the creation. And now is the time to get back to that one that created us in the first place. Being that, what is that spirit called? Ancient of Days mind frame. The truth and nothing but the truth. Because we're the chosen generation to represent, to be that image of the Almighty God. We are that generation. Let's go create man and woman in our images, right? In our image. That's because we have the Ancient of Days mind frame, the Almighty Creator that brings you the truth and nothing but the truth. And I'll rest it there. You have any more questions? What was that?
Stamps, do you have any questions?
Yeah, mute, bro. Yeah.
And my cabal and the guest requests, I would let you up usually, but today we're testifying that Christ is on earth. You know, like you heard with my brother Jadion's testimony of how he discovered that Christ is on earth. So that's what today is. Testimony Tuesday is about Christ being on earth. And prophecy fulfillment, about restoration for our people, unity, you know, the truth, the light, the way that's setting people free. You know, so that we can have heaven on earth and restoration. So that's what today is about. So I would let you up, but I kind of don't want to stray from what we've been doing. So if you go to YahJewJudah.com, I put in the comments. You can see more about what we're about. I misspelled it. YahJewJudah.com. And yeah, I'm sorry, y'all. That's just for the guest who wants to come up, but I don't recognize their name. So, you know, I'll just let you up because I don't know if you're a witness or not because I don't recognize your name. But yeah, brother Jadion, that was definitely a powerful testimony, bro. You know, I definitely appreciate you sharing peace with us, bro.
Thank you. I appreciate you. And family life, I just want to end it with this. I love you all, and I see the great works everyone of the saints is doing. Just keep going. Don't be discouraged because they say they're going to try and wear down the saints. But we're not going to allow that to happen because we know what we're doing is righteous. We know this is the way. We know we have that image, the image of the Almighty God, the chosen vessel that was going to be raised up from amongst his brethren. So we know we are in the right place. So keep that strong will and that strong heart going. One love. Peace out, family.
All right, brother. Salute. All right, y'all. We got probably three more testimonies for the night. I did want to hear bro testimony. I know he came up, bro. If you're able to come back up, you will be out the Coach J. But right now we on TH. What's going on, my brother? Peace.
Peace and blessings. Yeah, you're muted.
My bad. Peace and love, family. Phone tripping. How y'all doing?
Peace.
All right.
So if you don't mind, start off by introducing yourself, your name, how old you is, where you from.
Man, my name's Tyler. I'm from California, Oakland, California, and I'm 37 years old.
That's what's up, man. That's what's up. How long have you known about YahJew?
Man, I've been knowing about YahJew, I say, for a good year now.
Okay, yeah. And throughout your journey, how has it been so far?
It's been, keep it real, you know, not to sound all cliche, but it's like it's been it's been the best year of my life. You know, it's been the best year of my life for real.
What's up, bro? That's what's up.
Yeah.
If Talia have any questions before you get into your testimony, if not, you know, you can start off at the top. You know, spirit, like what your spiritual journey all started at. If she ain't have no questions.
Okay.
I think you good to go, bro. You good to go.
For sure. You know, and you know, just to answer the question, my spiritual journey, I feel like it came out, you know, and I know this is a platform where I could keep it real. You know what I'm saying? Like I could be myself. So my spiritual journey, I feel ever since as far back as I can remember, you know, as far as I could think back, you know, I hear Brother Danny, he always give his testimony, you know, of seeing visions and stuff when he was like 2 years old. You know what I'm saying? And my spirit bear witness to that because ever since I could remember, it was just always a righteous vibe about me. You know, even that was just the way that I always felt, you know. So it was just a way. It was just always something that I just felt like a deeper connection, a deeper spiritual feeling. You know, I didn't know what it was, but it was just something that my spirit bear witness to. Like I remember like being young, just seeing different colors, you know, and it was always good colors. You know, some people call it auras, you know, and it was always just bright lights around me. I come from a family of 4. I'm the youngest, you know, and every family member, you know, we got brothers and sisters, and everybody just, you know, everybody got their own way, you know. But I just felt like when it came to being spiritual, it was just something we all stood out, but I just felt like I stood out a little differently, you know. Coming from that part and stepping off. Hold on one second, y'all.
Good, bro. For y'all that don't know, that's just tuning in. It's Testimony Tuesday. Oh, you back? You got
My
it.
bad, brother. Man, you know how it go. But yeah, so spiritual journey wise, I grew up in the church, you know, like a lot of us was. I don't want to say I was drugged to church pretty much. Like I didn't have no option. My family, they went to church. My mother's side of the family, they was like Methodist, and my father's side was like Baptist, non-denominational. You know, so I can remember way back, like 9 years old, going to the church. You know, and you know this extra little spiritual thing about me. You know, they had me up there reading scriptures at 9 years old. We had Friday Night Lives. And Friday Night Lives was when they brought the community to the church. You know, they would serve food, and they'd get it's kind of like a mid. It was kind of like a Bible study almost. You know, but yeah. So on Friday Night Live, you know, we would go to get the food. You know what I'm saying? And then they would have it was like a family night, and they did that every Friday. And some of the older cats, you know, they would have me come up there and read the scriptures. They would do communion, stuff like that. So that's when, you know, my earliest kind of what I can remember as far as, you know, like going to the church. And going from there, I would say on my spiritual walk, I grew up in the church. You know, every Sunday we went to church. We participated in the holidays, you know, going to church. I don't know if people went to the Methodist church, but the Methodist church was different from the Baptist church or the non-denominational church. The Methodist church, they sang different. You know, the Methodist church, they wasn't nobody all up in there hooping and hollering, jumping around. You didn't really get that in the Methodist church, you know. And really, I wouldn't say that I didn't take it serious, but it was like, you know, we young. You know, we would get there early, go to Sunday school, you know, and then after that, we would get into the main congregation, and it was crazy because they would separate the kids from the adults. You know what I'm saying? And my daddy, he was like, no. He was like, these kids, they're not going to that Sunday school. You know what I'm saying? To the nursery. My dad was like, nope, he wasn't having it. You know what I'm saying? So my daddy made us stay in the church with the rest of everybody else, you know. Sometimes we got to go in the nursery, but if Pops was there, he was like, nope, they're not going out. He didn't understand why they would take the kids into the nursery. You know, that was just his thing. So moving along, you know, I was still getting brought there, you know, and then just growing up around the church. The next part I would say, next little bullet point in my spiritual walk, you know, before coming to YahJew, I would say, was my godparents, my father's godparents, you know, which would be my aunt and my uncles. We all grew up, but they owned the church, right? So that was a church that my father went to. He was in and out of that church. We went to a lot of different little churches, but it was like that was a family church. So my daddy, he felt like he was kind of bound to that church almost. You know what I'm saying? It was like, I'm gonna go there, but Spirit kept on bringing them back to that church. He's like, you know, I want to support my family. And you know, at that church, I became a junior deacon. You know, I was young. I had already been reading scriptures and stuff. You know what I'm saying? So they gave me more responsibility. So I became a junior deacon. You know, I did carry out the services and stuff like that at the church. And then as I got older, I became a deacon. I was ordained deacon, right? So now you got more responsibilities in the church. You know, now you damn near running service, right? And then moving forward from that, became a so-called ordained deacon, right? So first I was a junior deacon, then I was an ordained deacon, right? So now, you know, I'm reading scriptures and giving like sermons to the youth, you know, and it was mainly encouraging words, things like that. So this going on now, I'm probably like, I say like 21, right? So me going through that lifestyle, it was always, you know, I had a certain way I had to carry myself even then, you know what I'm saying? Like certain things that folks did, you know, I just couldn't go and do because I had other things going on as far as studying, being prepared for these services and stuff like that. And then from there, the church, like I say, this was a family ran church, you know what I'm saying? So it had a lot of drama, a lot of things that went with it. You know, it would be my grandfather, but he passed away. He was the bishop of the church. He passed away, and then his wife ended up taking over. You know, and I understand, you know, about a church need funds, right? The church need funds to run, and it was a small church too, so they wasn't getting a lot of funds, stuff like that. But the family, they did what they could to keep it together, you know, and out of loyalty, we'll be there, you know, trying to keep everything going, keep it all afloat. From there, and at the same time, I'm still going to the Methodist church. You know what I'm saying? I go with my mom to the Methodist church, and I'm over there with the non-denominational church. I never was really in the Baptist church. Like when I was real little, we went to the Baptist church. So I never was really into the Baptist church. It was either Methodist or non-denominational, right? So it was crazy because then now I started going to a Baptist church. And it was crazy because the pastor of the non-denominational church, which was my grandmother, my god grandmother, she told me, she said, if you're not gonna go to this church, she said, do not fall under no Baptist preacher. You know, that was her words. That was her words that she told me. I never forget it. I didn't know what she meant, you know, but she was like, do not fall under no Baptist preacher. And I started going to this Baptist church. When I got to the Baptist church, you know, I let it be known that, you know, I was a ordained deacon, you know, not really knowing, you know, what that was. I'm probably like, at this point, I'm like 22, 23 at this point. And going there, you know, and I'm starting to see different things. I'm starting to see how they getting down. But, you know, keep in mind, me being this so-called deacon, I'm in the back room with the pastors. You know, I'm with the pastors. Now I'm going to different churches, but I'm not just going to the churches. I'm sitting in the back rooms. You know, I'm going in the back rooms. I'm looking at the images on the walls. I'm in here listening to the conversations that they having. You know, so I know how the whole system go as far as the look or the facade that they putting up. You know what I'm saying? Like I seen all that, and my spirit always bear witness to the truth. You know what I'm saying? Through my spiritual journey, it was always like I get to the Baptist church and they touching people and people falling out. I see them speaking in tongues, right? But my spiritual eye was always open to the fact that folks would go up in there touching people, they'll walk right past me. You know, it was like, in my spirit, I said, I gotta see if this is real. You know what I'm saying? I was always like, because I didn't know if it was real enough. I said, shit, if they touch me and I pass out, it's real. You know what I'm saying? But they would never come touch me. They would never walk by me and touch me because I didn't see people like standing up straight up and then they get touched and they falling all over the screen, all over the place. You know what I'm saying? They didn't caught the Holy Ghost. You know what I'm saying? So all of these things I started seeing was like, you know, it was a joke pretty much. I done seen folks so-called speaking in tongues, the hooping and the hollering. You know what I'm saying? I done seen people say, oh, all right, at this point in your sermon, you're going to start hooping and hollering. And keep in mind, they expected, I think they in the back of their mind, they expected me to start doing that, but my spirit didn't bear witness to that. So moving forward, I'm still in the Baptist church. I'm probably like 23, 24 years old. And, you know, in between time, I'm still studying, still learning. And then I'm still studying, trying to get more information because the Baptist church, you know, understood the 501c3, understood the things that they could do and they couldn't do. And then I started waking up past that, I started waking up past that church life, and I would say that after that, I started waking up to the fact to little certain things, about the tithes, little certain things about the Sabbath day. I started reading and doing studying. I get into a little bit about that. But I started seeing these things, I started asking the questions. I started asking questions, to the pastor and things of that nature, and didn't get no answer. You know what I'm saying? Like, the Bible say that the Sabbath day is here. But let me take a step back. Before I start asking these questions, I was online one day, and I'm looking online, and I see Egyptologists battling some Hebrew Israelites, right? So I'm just up late night. I forgot what I was searching about, but it was something spiritual. And then I see this battle coming on. And it was like, pretty much I was at the position to where it was almost like, all right, now I see a war going on. I see the Hebrew Israelites going against the Egyptologists, right? And after that, I made my choice. I said, oh, the Egyptologists, they ain't got it. These Baptists ain't got it. The Hebrew Israelites got the truth, right? So this is when I started getting this spiritual awakening to this Israelite doctrine, you know what I'm saying? Which come to find out that they wasn't actually Israelites, they was literalites. They began to take the Bible and start taking it literal. For example, the Sabbath day. So I learned that the Sabbath day was on Friday night to Saturday night. I learned that from the Hebrew Israelites, right? But I see in the scripture, it says, honor the Sabbath, keep it holy. So I'm bringing this to the pastor. I say, Pastor, the Bible say, the 10 commandments, we're supposed to keep the 10 commandments, but I don't hear you talking about the Sabbath day. He tells me that the Sabbath day is Sunday, right? So now I'm doing my studies, doing my research, and I see where they say that the council will not see a change the Sabbath day from Saturday to Sunday. So I was stuck on that. In my mind, I'm like, they lying up in here. I'm like, why y'all not talking about the Sabbath day? So I got kicked out the Baptist church. They kicked me out. They said, what I'm teaching, what my understanding, they told me to take it up the street. So I was a loyal servant to the Baptist church. I wasn't like, it's crazy though. It's crazy because I never actually joined the Baptist church. I never joined it. They had called me up one Sunday and was like, he joined the church, blah, blah, blah. But I said, nah, I don't join the church. I'm coming under watch care. You know what I'm saying? So when you come under watch care, it's like you haven't made that commitment that you really all the way in. You know what I'm saying? So I never made that next step. But I was still going there, doing the things I had to do, teaching Sunday school lessons, things like that. So they pretty much told me, they was like, you could take your understanding, you could take that, they told me straight, they said, you could take that up the street. So I said, okay, I got you. I am going to take it up the street. You know what I'm saying? So I started studying more and more with the Hebrew Israelites. You know what I'm saying? And then that journey, I'm still on the,
You breaking up, Tyler. Your reception's bad. You gotta, I don't know, we can't hear you no more. You went in the Matrix.
my bad, shit. Can you hear me? Hold on. Let me step over here. All right, can you hear me?
Yeah, that's better.
You can hear me? All right, cool. And it's crazy. It don't really mean nothing, but right here where I'm standing is where I was at when the first time I talked to YahJew Judah too. That's crazy. But so now the last part that I was talking about was they kicked me out the Baptist church, and I took it personal. You know what I'm saying? They told me, it was like, you could take this up the street. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna show you what I'm gonna do. So after that, I started studying more and more with the Hebrew Israelites. I never joined no camp. I was always like seeking for the truth. You know what I'm saying? So this is at this point, I felt that the Egyptologists, because I didn't know nothing about Egyptologists, but I seen the Egyptologists battle, bear witness with the Hebrew Israelites. I'm like, okay, this Egyptology mess this ain't no truth. And then I see the Baptist church ain't no truth. I'm like, damn, we Hebrew Israelites. You know what I'm saying? They're giving us Deuteronomy 28, teaching us that we didn't came on slave ships. You know, just taking the Bible real literal, right? So I'm doing that, I would say probably for like a good 3-4 years, right? At this time, I'm just going through that, but I'm changing. You know what I'm saying? I'm pretty much changing who I was, how I was brought up, because, and I say that because me growing up, my family, they came from Mississippi, you know, and came to from Mississippi to Oakland. And my grandparents came here, and my father moved here when he was 6. And they just, you know, they was just different. You know what I'm saying? Like they had morals and respect. And it was a sign that always said, treat others how you want to be treated. And this is how I carry myself. You know, all my years, all through the streets of Oakland, it was always treat others how I want to be treated. And it got me, I was always good. So that was a principle that we stood on. But becoming a Hebrew Israelite, it started to teach me to be hateful. You know what I'm saying? Starting to hate people that I don't even know. Starting to hate people that never did nothing wrong to me. People that helped me, that was not African American, that helped me. I'm still in the back of my mind, I got hate for them. And you know what I'm saying? I'm starting to teach.
You breaking up again.
Identifying these people based off their skin color. My bad, brother. Based off their skin color, or based off of their nationality, which I really didn't know, but this is the teachings that I'm being taught, is making me hate people, right? I was in the car with my mama, and she said, I'm telling her about it, you know. I said, I said the white woman, they going into slavery for the things that they did to the African Americans. I'm telling her this and that, right? My mama said, she said, son, I never forget, she said, son, anything that you doing that's teaching hate has nothing to do with Jesus Christ, right? And it just stuck with me. I was like, damn, you know, she right. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't on no spiritual, you know, it wasn't on nothing on no church hype, but it was just like, if you teaching hate, whatever you understanding and believing in, I'm telling you that it had nothing to do with Jesus Christ, right? So it just stuck with me. It stuck with me. So I'm like, damn, I'm starting to feel a certain way. You know, my mama telling me this, you know. So after that, you know, I'm still studying, still doing this and that. And then right now I'm probably like, at this point in my life, I'm probably like a good 28, 29. You know what I'm saying? And I'm at the mall. It's a big mall in Oakland. And I meet my brother DeMarcus. You know what I'm saying? He see me, I see him. And you know, we hooked up. You know what I'm saying? Our spirit bear witness. You know what I'm saying? It was a connection from first day. You know what I'm saying? Damn near talked to him every day since that day. You know what I'm saying? And kind of on the same journey or whatever, you know. And after meeting my brother, you know, and then all this time passing, all that good stuff. But this was always somebody that I felt like, you know what I'm saying, I could go over scripture with. Somebody that, you know, had a deeper thought, deeper connection to the source, you know, a deeper spiritual connection. So, you know, we were studying with different folks and all this and that. And then, you know, we would have Bible studies. I'm talking about, we had big Bible studies, you know, going through different scriptures, going through these videos, going through this and that, like trying to understand something that we wasn't even supposed to understand. Or, you know what I'm saying? I'm trying to understand something that I wasn't supposed to be understanding at the time, you know, but I had a clear understanding that was good for me, if that makes sense. So we had got to a point in our studies to where it was like, you know what? I'm about to put this down. You know what I'm saying? Because that with the Hebrew Israelites, my spirit stopped bearing witness to it because, you know, that what my mama told me about being hateful. I start understanding that these things that they're teaching as literal, I understood, you know, from my studies and my research that it was not. It was a carnal thought. It was a carnal mind. And one thing that really helped me with that was to understand that the Bible is not carnal and spiritual, that is just spiritual. That was something else I had to deal with, you know, because it was like damn, I'm trying to make it carnal, but it's all spiritual, you know? So after that, I got to a point where it was just like, you know, the church ain't it, the Hebrew Israelites ain't it. I don't know what it is, you know what I'm saying? But I was like, it's something that's missing. You know, it was like, I always thought, you know, I believed in Christ. You know what I'm saying? Take a quick little step back. I always believed in Christ. You know, they taught me, I be telling this to people, but they don't, some people they be like, you tripping, but they taught me that Christ was a white man and he was coming out the sky. You know what I'm saying? All through the non-denominational church, all through the Baptist church, these were the imagery and these were the pictures and stuff that they presented. You know, so I'm young, so this is what I thought. You know what I'm saying? So we saw the Passion of Christ and all these different things like that. But back to where I'm at, it was like I knew it was something missing. You know what I'm saying? I just felt that Christ was missing. It was like it was something that was missing, but I didn't know the fact that he was going to be lifted up from amongst men as far as how he was manifested. I thought, you know, I always thought that he was coming from the sky. You know what I'm saying? So it was like, at this point, this Hebrew Israelite, that's garbage, the church garbage, you know what I'm saying? So I would still be watching little videos, still going through scriptures. And I just want to make this point too, because the whole time when I'm studying with the Hebrew Israelites, I'm telling other people this stuff. You know what I'm saying? I'm telling my family that the women, y'all need to put on dresses, that you need to keep the Sabbath day. You know, we ain't doing no buying, no selling, doing all these things, you know what I'm saying? Trying to put people in bondage pretty much. You know what I'm saying? Trying to put people, hold people up to a standards that couldn't be done. You know what I'm saying? And one thing my brother DeMarcus told me was, and I'll never forget this too, you know what I'm saying? Certain little things that people tell me that just stick me and they shape me, they mold me, is you can't get caught up in no video, because a person can make a video look however they want. You know what I'm saying? So I'm looking at these little videos and I'm like, damn, they got their house in order, the kids doing this, the wife doing this, the husband doing that. They look like one big happy family. You know, and when he told me that, I was like, damn, that's true. You know, they throw this camera on for a good 30 minutes and you can make it look however you want to. You know what I'm saying? So that stuck with me, like, you can't just go off something that you see on this video. You know what I'm saying? So that stuck with me, you know what I'm saying, my spirit. So I started looking a little bit deeper. But fast forward to all that, I get to the point where it was like, you know, I'm about to put this, I'm gonna read the Bible, I'm gonna live my life, but I know, you know, I understand about, I understood that Israel was spiritual, like it wasn't according to your bloodline and stuff like that. Like I seen that, you know, I didn't understand it completely, but I just understood that these dudes out here is scribes and Pharisees. You know, I could see it from that they teaching hate, that they closing up the door to the kingdom, right? So I really quit following these different camps like Sakari, but it was one camp that my spirit bear witness to the most, and that was One Body. That was out of Dallas, Texas. You know what I'm saying? But they had a lot of 11 and 8. They understanding too, but they had some good points. You know what I'm saying? And the elder in that group, he was breaking the scriptures down a little bit more on the spiritual side. You know what I'm saying? So I started to understand the scriptures a little bit better as far as, you know, just about having a deeper meaning to it. You know what I'm saying? So I could see like, oh, the word might say water, but I understand that this water is not actually physical water. You know what I'm saying? So I started seeing the Bible from that perspective. And fast forward, it was just like, I don't really know. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, I know it's Israelite movement, ain't it? I'm about to just pretty much be a good person. You know, that's pretty much kind of where I was at with it. Like, I'm still on the search, right? And then one day, though, I'm watching a video. It was a YouTube video, and it's YahJew Judah, right? It's YahJew Judah on there, and he's going up against some Hebrew Israelites. So now I find myself back into this spot where I was at when I saw the Hebrew Israelites challenging the Egyptology, right? I see this battle going on, and I see YahJew Judah, and my spirit is bearing witness to what he's saying. You know what I'm saying? So I peeped that, But I'm like, they up on there, they was crucifying him. They was crucifying the Christ, right? Playing him out, making him seem like he crazy. So it made me seem like I was tripping. So I didn't really take it as face value. I just was like, okay, you know, this man that came up here and said that he Christ, and they called him crazy, right? So time passed, and then I see another video, same thing happening to him, but I see the words that he bringing out. I see the words that he bringing out that my spirit is bearing witness to him. You know what I'm saying? So after that, my bad, y'all. After that, hold on one second. All right, one second. I gotta move around a little bit. So I'm seeing this battle going on, right? So then after that, can y'all hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you.
All right, for sure.
We can't hear you no more. You start
My bad.
breaking up.
It's tripping. All right, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, all right, for sure. All right, so I see the Christ on there, but you know, they crucifying him. But I'm like, damn, what he's saying is making sense though. You know what I'm saying? And then I get a call from DeMarcus. DeMarcus was like, but I want you to see this video. He said it's a dude on there, they call him the Christ. You know what I'm saying? But I had already seen the video, right? So I'm like, you know what I'm saying, in the back of my mind, like, I seen it. You know what I'm saying? I seen the video. And he was like, he literally told me, he said, man, how they doing him, how they treat him on there? I'm about to see what he's saying. You know what I'm saying? Based off of how they treat me. Right? So he sent me the video, and I'm looking at the same video I watched previous, but I'm looking at it a little bit more deeper. You know what I'm saying? I'm looking at the video a little bit more deeper. And then, shit, like, after that, because I never been like no real social media person. Like, I never been on Facebook. I never been on Instagram. I was just on YouTube, right? So the brother, DeMarcus, he like finding different videos, you know what I'm saying, on Facebook and different places, you know what I'm saying, on Instagram. He looking at, you know, he going a little bit deeper into it. You know what I'm saying? So he's sending me different things, right? So now I'm doing my own little due diligent research. I'm doing my own studies. And you know what I'm saying? I'm like, okay, is this the Christ? Is this the missing link that we've been looking for? You know what I'm saying? Like, is this what's been missing? So just doing my little studying. I go to the website. And I'm checking out the information and everything like that. And then after checking out the website, I start kind of connecting a little bit more. I'm watching more videos. Now I'm understanding, you know, when he's going live. The brother telling me I got to download TikTok and all this and that. You feel me? So I do all that. And I'm hearing the voice that really stuck with me was the brother Warrior. You know what I'm saying? I see that everybody that came to this, they kind of, you know, somebody that kind of like sparked them up. You know what I'm saying? So after I heard the Christ voice, I would always hear Warrior. I hear Warrior, and it was like something about Warrior that stuck out. It just like, you know what I'm saying, very articulate. And my brothers, and they all articulate. I never was really like that though. You know what I'm saying? Like, so that part really stood out. So I was like really hearing what he was saying, you know. And then you too, Brother Steph. I saw you on TikTok, and then it was your videos on your page that really was giving me information. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm like, damn, I could just sit up on here and really get edified and everything. So long story short, after all of that, it was like I finally had put my information stuff on the website, but I didn't get no response back. You know what I'm saying? Like, I didn't get no response back. And then I did it again. And then Brother Zamar had called me. He called me and we chopped it up and everything. And, you know, we talked, and then he was like, okay, you got to get the WhatsApp. And it was like, man, it was crazy because when I'm getting the WhatsApp and everything, I was so excited to where, you know, it was like, I'm like, you know, I'm getting closer to Christ. You know what I'm saying? Like, I can feel myself getting closer. I was in that spirit, like I know it's a lot of people, like, I got to meet him. You know what I'm saying? I got to talk to him. I got to see him. I got to go shake his hand. I got to go, you know what I'm saying? Like a lot of people would be. So then I get on the call. Now I'm on the Monday call. You know what I'm saying? And then introduce me. You know, I introduced myself, and that's what it was. You know what I'm saying? And then just getting stronger with the understanding and the teachings of Christ, and understanding what Christ is, and understanding that Christ ain't coming from the sky, that Christ is gonna be lifted up from amongst his brethren, and understanding that the scriptures has to be fulfilled. You know what I'm saying? So it was little things like that that my spirit bear witness to, and to what really did it was understanding that Christ, the scripture was a vision to be fulfilled in the last days. That was like mind blowing for me. You know what I'm saying? And understanding that I was a part of it, that I was a part of this prophecy being fulfilled, that this was not a history book, that it was actually going on right now, and I was a part of it. You know what I'm saying? Like I was excited about that. You know, knowing that things that I looked for coming up as a child, I didn't get into a whole lot of that, but just things that on my spiritual journey that it started, the connection was there, the missing link. You know what I'm saying? I finally got that missing link that I needed in my life journey. You know, so that's when I came across Christ, and now it's been a good year. You know, it's almost been a good year that I've been hearing his voice. And when I heard his voice, I didn't deny it. You know what I'm saying? It was odd, it was strange. And not his, you know, I'm not saying like his personal voice. I'm not talking about him just talking, but his whole walk, his whole who he is, him being Christ. You know what I'm saying? When I heard that, I just my spirit bear witness to it. So in a nutshell, you know, that's my spiritual journey. And one thing too, I just want to add too was, I grew up, keep it real, you know, I was a daddy's boy, like real life. You know what I'm saying? A real life daddy's boy. And my daddy told me one day, I'm gonna just share this with y'all, because one day I was talking to my daddy, and I was like, I don't know what we was talking about, but I was like, man, if I could be a cop for one day, I was like, I'd be a crooked cop. I'd go around doing all kind of crazy stuff. My dad said, I can't believe you would say that. I thought you would be a good cop. And he reminded me that, because I was, you know, watching Training Day and all that, you know what I'm saying? And my daddy, he reminded me, he said, when you was little, you always told me you was going to be an angel. You know what I'm saying? And that was always, when I go back to saying, like, when I was like 2 years old, seeing these bright lights, you know what I'm saying? Like, I always tell my daddy, I'm going to be an angel. I'm an angel. But now I understand what that means. I understand that angel that I talked about was to spread God's truth, to spread his word, you know? So, you know, that's pretty much my spiritual journey. That's how I got led to YahJew.
Okay, that's what's up, brother. You got one hell of a
I didn't mean to get
story.
long-winded.
Nah, you good. Actually, I did want to touch on something that you said. I do have one question. I'm gonna pass it over to my sister. I know you said your godparents, they own the church. You know, so it sounds like you had a bit of you had a long journey in the church. So I guess more so, just like we've been asking everybody else, how did your people that own the church feel when you told them Christ was on earth?
So that's crazy. So, you know, even when I first found out Christ, you know, I wanted to go spread on the rooftops to everybody, right? So I'm telling people, because, like, I've always been a person to speak like spiritually, like, you know what I'm saying, like never just too carnal with it. Like we always had a deeper thought in our conversations, always, you know. So I'm talking to certain people, my cousins and certain family members, right? I'm talking to them, but I'm seeing that I can't just say to them that Christ is on earth. You feel me? I'm saying it, I already know. I got to slip it in easy. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're gonna talk, we're gonna go over scriptures. You know what I'm saying? We for sure if we hooked up, we're gonna go over some kind of scriptures, right? So I'm talking to my god brother, and we own it, right? Then we're talking about the resurrection. We're talking about the resurrection, and I'm like, you know, we're talking about it, and I say pretty much that, you know, the resurrection, he coming for the believers. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking to him like that, and I'm like, he coming for the because we was talking about like Armageddon. We talking about Armageddon and stuff like that. And I'm like, that's happening right now. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, Christ is, I told him, this is what I told him. I said, Christ is here on earth and he is gathering the ones out the graves, right? That's what I told him. And the conversation kind of went kind of left. You know what I'm saying? It was like, you know, he looked at me like I was crazy. You know what I'm saying? And I understood then that you had to have like a spiritual deepness to understand it and to receive that message, because it is a lot, especially based off of what we've been taught, what we stood on, and all the things that from the, you know, all the principles and stuff that we've been taught in the religions and things like that. So the people that I did tell when I first came into this truth, they didn't receive it. You know what I'm saying? And after that, you know, the folks that I did tell at the beginning, they kind of just like, you know, they look differently at me. You know what I'm saying? They looked differently at me, and couldn't receive that I was letting it be known that Christ was actually here, because they thought that Christ was coming out the sky.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. I know you had said as a kid you was telling your daddy that you wanted to be an angel when you grow up.
Mm-hmm.
And just to see how that played out and manifested, you took your people back the message, and they rejected you, and the whole time you telling them you an angel.
That part.
Yeah, but I salute you for giving your testimony, bro. That's what's up. That's
Yes,
what's
sir.
Up. I'm
Yes,
gonna
sir.
pass it over to Talia now.
For sure.
Yeah, big salute, bro. That definitely resonated with us, man. Like, I felt you, and I appreciate you.
Thank you,
You
sis.
know, yeah, showing your view. Much appreciated, bro.
All right, bro. We salute you. Appreciate you for coming up. And
Yes,
sharing.
sir. Peace and love, y'all.
Peace.
All right.
It's the last interview for the night, y'all. So,
Peace, y'all. Peace.
What's going on, my brother? Peace.
Chilling, man. What's cracking?
Not much. So, you know, basically start off with introducing yourself. We're going to get into it.
All right, my name Jay. I'm from Michigan. I'm a dad of two, husband, and a follower of YahJew. I ain't used to doing this camera stuff, so forgive me if I'm nervous. But yeah, so I've been following YahJew probably about a little over a year now. I stopped paying attention to time a long time ago, so it kind of just blends every day for me. But I've been down with the I would say officially, like on the calls and everything, for about 6 to 7 months now.
Okay. And you said you've been walking with YahJew for a year.
Yes.
So within this year you've been walking with YahJew, what is the biggest change in your life that you can testify to, other than you meeting Christ, of course?
I just say not searching no more. Like I come from a mom who was Jehovah's Witness. Her mom was a Baptist. Her mom was a Baptist and a Eastern Star. So I come from a world of confusion, and I've always just been searching for it, man. And I never could find nothing that really resonated with me, for real. So the first time I heard him, I just knew it, and I wasn't like certain within myself yet. So I had to listen a couple more times or whatever, and then seeing like all the hate that was coming in, like my other brothers just been saying beautifully, just listening to all the hate, seeing all the hate for him was just more of that thing to make me hear him even more.
Okay. That's what's up. And I guess if Talia ain't got no further questions for you, you can go ahead and jump into your testimony. You can start off, you know, at the beginning of your spiritual journey.
Yeah, it's on you, bro.
All right, yeah. So like I say, I'm originally from Flint, Michigan. So I still live pretty close. I'm about 45 minutes away from Flint now. As y'all know, it's the water crisis capital of the world right now. The water still ain't clean there in Flint, by the way. So as being a part of this thing, I just like shedding kind of light on that kind of stuff too, just to let people know that it's more than just what we, see going on in our houses and, what's going on in our own communities, because Flint is really suffering right now beyond the water. So I'm from there, just to start there. And like I say, my mom was a Jehovah's Witness, still is devout. My dad was, they divorced. And I think that's kind of where the disconnect for it became real to me, just off the rip, because I was a kid and I never seen my mom and dad together, but they were both in the same religion. And when they started telling me all their rules and you can't celebrate Christmas and all this other stuff, I'm like, well, why can't I have everything that you're telling me that you're supposed to do in this religion? You know what I'm saying? So it's one of them things where it quickly became like, this must be fake. So religion, like from the beginning, was always a joke to me. So I started my own studying and just started getting into just looking up my own information on YouTube, or just read my own books on Egyptology and all this other kind of crazy stuff that that you get into when you lost. Because I was definitely lost, and like I say, the first time I heard YahJew, I knew that was that was a more clear and pronounced way, something I can like research and actually see, like the Siege of Magdala and stuff like that, and kind of connect the dots more so than just like being on YouTube listening to one teacher say a thing, then you listen to them for 3 months and you find out to hear fraud, then you go to this next one and the next one, the next one. Once I found YahJew, I seen that it's something that I can stick to. But back to my journey though. So I'm kind of scatterbrained too, because I just lost my aunt, and I got to bury her tomorrow, so I got to get up in the morning to do that. So forgive my scatterbrainness right here too, but she kind of part of this story too. So she had a problem with drugs when I was a kid, and people used to always like just kind of like diss her or whatever, you know what I'm saying? Like the whole family, her sister, my mom, everybody used to diss her. But sometimes I used to stay home, just play basketball when they went to the mall or did whatever they was doing. And so they never let her in the house when, when she just needed a little helping hand or just need to get a drink of water. So when I was there, she used to stop by, hi or whatever. And I used to let her in, let her get a sandwich, let her get a bite. But as a kid, I ain't really like recognize that as doing nothing noble. You know what I'm saying? So my uncle passed a couple years ago, and she came up to me and she just hugged me. And she was like, yo, I'll never forget what you did for me. And she just, just kind of just testified of what I did as a kid for her. And it blew my mind because I ain't really remember it until she said it. Then it all came back to me that had happened. So yeah. So now she just passed a couple of days ago. So we're burying her tomorrow. And that all just kind of like just showed me like that you should never just like not just have no love for your own sister. And this ain't no diss to my mom, you know what I'm saying? It's just like based on her faith that she had. I just thought that, you know what I'm saying, she would know better to to turn her back on her own blood like that. So those kind of things made me identify quickly that religion was not what I was gonna be into. So yeah, and then okay, so then the other part of it was the veganism. Back in 2015, I would say I was 285 pounds, and I was eating all the meat I wanted to, all the pizza, drinking all the beer, you know what I'm saying, partying, doing everything like that. So I got up there in weight, high blood pressure issues, and the whole shebang. My wife has suggested veganism to me before, but I kind of just like was like everybody else is, like I ain't letting go of my bacon. No way. So once I seen the movie called the documentary called What the Health on Netflix, I ain't trying to pump nobody up, but that documentary, when it tied into how the meat supply and how they do the whole process of the meat, how it's messing up towns' waters and all that kind of stuff, it kind of like made it hit home for me. Like the very thing that I'm eating is like killing other communities even. So I went vegan, and in 7 months, and I hadn't even started working out at that point. And in 7 months, I lost 100 pounds, so it's really real if you do it the real way. If you're not on that whole processed vegan stuff, if you actually eating real food that's, you know what I'm saying, in the produce section and not in the frozen department. So the veganism is real. So once I heard Brother YahJew talk about veganism, that blew my mind completely, because I was already kind of on board at first. But once I heard him talk about, you know what I'm saying, how we should all be vegan, that blew my mind. And that was it right there for me. And I was on board since then. And I already know that I'm at home right now, and I'm proud to be here.
That's what's up, though, bro. That's what's up. So well, I know you had said you already started your vegan journey before you met YahJew. So I guess when the spiritual side of things started changing around with you, how did your family take it? How did the close ones to you take it?
Hey, so I say that's still an ongoing journey. At this point, everybody, and that's kind of like tied into the vegan thing. My whole family is not veganism. They're not part of this whole vegan community because they think they need their meat still at this point. So when I started losing my weight, everybody was thinking I was sick. Like, you know what I'm saying? My mom, are you sick? You need to sit down and eat something. You know what I'm saying? The whole old school kind of mentality that she had, but I was just letting her know I'm getting more and more healthy. And this was all happening during COVID times, and everybody was scared, trying to go get those jab ups and all that. I'm like, no, you don't need that. You just need to build your immune system and stop eating all the meat. And just trying to give them that kind of game. They thought I was talking a different language. So I had already known that when I tried to break this down to them, it was going to be impossible damn near. But, you know what I'm saying, I still try. You know what I'm saying? I let them know, you know, Christ is on earth. And it's just kind of one end and out the other. Like, yeah, all right, whatever. Jehovah. You know what I'm saying? And they still on that. But like I look at myself as a testament, man. I don't want to put too much of my family business out there, but I got family members out here who getting those stomach surgeries and getting their stomach shrunk and taking pills to lose weight, doing all this crazy stuff. I'm like, man, you got an example right here. You know what I'm saying? And that's been like my thing with my family. I'm like, you're not gonna listen to the truth either way it go. Like if it's right in front of your face, literally right in front of your face, you're not gonna listen to it. And that's how I feel about most people. You know what I'm saying? It don't matter how much of an example you try to set, how much of a, you know what I'm saying, how much you try to be golden for somebody. They just don't care. If they don't want to hear it, they just gonna stick with their bacon sandwiches. You know what I'm saying? That's just the name of the game. But like I say, when I heard that confirmation from the king, that's when I knew, you know what I'm saying, I was on the right path, because I started kind of going down the blood type diet thing. That chick almost got me with that. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's all right to have a steak every now and again. And I'm like, oh yeah, let's go. But then like I quickly got corrected, you know what I'm saying, when I heard the king say what he said. So it was all good.
Well, what I got to say is, as long as you continue to share your light, bro, your people forever will be paying attention to you. Whether they making it known or not, they still got their eyes on you because they see a major change going on within you. So, continue to shine your light, bro, and I salute you. Talia, if you got anything, the mic is yours.
Yeah, I salute you too, brother. I think that was a great testimony, very thorough. And yeah, we much appreciate you shedding the light, man. Yeah, peace and blessings to you.
Peace and blessings to y'all. All praise to the Most High, and YahJew to the Christ.
All right, bro. Peace. Salute.
Peace.
That being said, y'all, we're going to go ahead and wrap up Testimony Tuesdays. Y'all see what's going on. Making a change for the best. Y'all see this website right here, though? YahJewJudah.com. Y'all want to check out what we got going on? Y'all want to get on the right path? Y'all just want to simply ask questions behind the scenes and not on TikTok? Reach out to us. That's what we do it for. You got any closing statements to live?
Nah, just if you haven't already, check out the website. Appreciate everyone who came through. And then also this is gonna be on YouTube. If you look up YahJew Judah's YouTube, if you look up the Negus Kingdom YouTube, so anybody who wasn't here for the whole time, you can get to know the saints better. So that this will be on YouTube also.
All right, y'all. With that being said, Testimony Tuesdays. We'll see y'all next Tuesday, 6 p.m. Eastern time. Shout out to y'all. Peace, peace.